Yo, 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 what up, y'all? It's your boy Rob coming back at you once again with another live stream. So before we get started, you already know what to do. If you're not subscribed to the channel, make sure you hit the bell icon twice. Smash the like button, share this video out to all of your followers, and let's get it cracking. All right. So shout out to everybody who is in the room. If you guys can hear me okay, please make sure that you guys give me a thumbs up or a radiation emoji in the chat. If you guys cannot hear me or the visual presentation is kind of shaky, then give me a thumbs down or an angry face. While you guys are doing that, I'm going to shout out everybody in the room. We got Sybil in the building. Shout out to Sybil. We got Carlton Way in the house. Shout out to Carlton. We got Denise Scales, B1. We got Carla Lockert. Shout out to Carla. We got Patricia Slade, B1. We got Denise Scales. Shout out to Denise. My man Win Loser Rug is in the building. We got Two Factor in the house. Shout out to Two Factor. All right. So what we're going to be talking about tonight and ongoing is the quote unquote undocumented bros global. All right. Which, as you guys know, is how we refer to the migrant crisis. All right. And like it says in the title, the movement is global. It's bigger than just Chicago and New York. All right. So now here's my question for everybody. How many people know about the places where there is a undocumented bro influx, migrant influx? It looks a lot different than it does in the United States, but regardless, it's the same thing going on. Now, the interesting thing about it is that when it comes to the global undocumented bros situation, a lot of these global undocumented bros are some of the same people that are showing up at the southern border. Also, some of those people are the same people that are showing up at the northern border. You guys remember just a couple streams ago, we talked about the 20 Romanian nationals that were sequestered in Maine. All right. All over the world, there is a undocumented bro situation. And all over the world, with this undocumented bro situation, the people from these respective locations where they are extremely upset. It's not just in Chicago and it's not just in New York. So my question for you guys is, what do you all think is going on? Shout out to Blue Electric. What's good? We're going to check out some different places. And as we go on with this series, we're going to check out some of these different places and we're going to tie it to what's going on here in the United States, because you got to ask yourself the question, what's making these people choose the places where they're going? Now, here's my question. Where are the undocumented bro hotspots? Where's everybody going? We all know that people are coming to the United States, respectively. Here in the United States, a lot of the people are going to New York. A lot of the people are going to Chicago. A lot of people going to Denver. A lot of people going to California. But what about everywhere else? What about everywhere else? And who are these people coming from everywhere else? That's the question. See, the reason why we got to talk about this is because when we discuss it and we discuss it in terms of local news, we're not really getting a big picture. So a lot of interesting theories develop. And we need to go from theory to actually dealing with facts. Shout out to Carlton Way. Carlton Way said undocumented bros, passport bros, gym bros, Super Mario bros. This is a bro-demic fact. This is a bro-demic, Brody. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, shout out to Two Factor. Two Factor says the Frenchies are having problems in that regard. Yeah, that's facts. And they're not the only ones. They're not the only ones. So what we got tonight is we have a mix of a lot of content that is fresh and new, and a lot of content that's old, because since this is the first of this series, we got to set up what we're going to be talking about. Okay, because when it comes to a lot of the things that we talk about in a lot of these series, a lot of times people don't like what I'm talking about. You know what I'm saying? Regardless whether people like it or not, the facts do not discriminate for what people like. The facts are the facts. They're there for you to work with, or they're there for you to be in denial of. The choice is yours. the ultimate choice of everything is always yours. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to Hurricane IQ. What's good with it, bro? So real quick, before we get into this first article, if everybody could take a moment, smash that like button. Also, if you guys have not hit the bell, please make sure that you guys hit the bell. You guys recognize this individual? This would be your man from the thumbnail. This would be your man from the thumbnail. Now, my question for you guys is, let's see how up to par on international affairs people are. If I'm not mistaken, my man Emperor Rex is in the UK. I think my man Emperor Rex is an international bro. Just got the feeling. You know what I'm saying? But aside from him, and shout out to DJ Elmo, you know what I'm saying? I don't know if DJ Elmo is here. He's an international bro as well. So the international bros, shout out to y'all in the comment section, may know who this individual is. It would be nice, you know what I'm saying, if some of the American bros knew who this is. You know what I'm saying? There you go. Shout out to Blue Electric. Everybody throw some radiation emoji in the chat for Blue Electric. The African-born Indian UK Prime Minister. Facts. And that's very interesting. That's very interesting. You know what I'm saying? He's the UK Prime Minister, I think, but he looks like an undocumented bro himself. He sure does. Now, look at this. Look at what the title of this says. The title says, Sunak will never recover from this immigration betrayal. Now, here's my question for you guys. What immigration betrayal? You would think that we were talking about Brandon Johnson, wouldn't you? So he sounds like he's doing those Brandon Johnson type politics, but all the way over in Europe. So before we get into this, we're going to ask the question, what immigration betrayal? Because let me ask you guys a question. Do you all feel like the people in New York City or the people in Chicago are dealing with a quote unquote immigration betrayal? If you feel that they are, then give me a thumbs up. If you guys feel that they are not, then give me a thumbs down. Okay. You guys feel like New York and Chicago are going through a betrayal? So we're going to figure out exactly what's going on, okay? Sunak will never recover from this immigration betrayal. It now seems that Rishi Sunak repeatedly blocked attempts by Suella Braverman to implement policies that would bring down the level of immigration. Isn't that interesting? The people over in the UK are not very happy with the levels of immigration going on over there. You know what I'm saying? And what ended up happening is he didn't pay any attention to that. He went on and did exactly what he wanted to do. So what that shows, right? Shout out to Ty Valentine. What's good? Welcome to the stream. What that shows is that it seems that there is a global pattern of the people who live in these areas being upset with this influx of migrants, them wanting to stop the influx of migrants, and their politicians ignoring their wishes. Do you guys notice that pattern? Now we've gone beyond the United States and we see similar patterns elsewhere, which what this means is you got to ask yourself a question. This might be beyond the United States government. So we have particular theories, particular talking points that are focused here on the United States. But now, how do those focus points apply when we look abroad? Why is Rishi Sunak doing Brandon Johnson politics in the UK? What that could possibly signal is that there is a larger effort being orchestrated or possibly a larger agenda beyond the governments of these respective countries that are being affected by this. So my question for everybody in the comment section is, what is your theory of what's going on? Okay. It now seems clear that Rishi Sunak repeatedly blocked attempts by Suella Braverman to implement policies that would bring down the level of immigration. Okay. And again, this is something that people want here in the United States. They want the level of immigration brought down. They want border control. And yet you don't see that happening. For millions of us who are beyond exasperation at being let down time and time again on this issue, that revelation on its own amounts to a sackable offense and puts us into a state of stone cold fury. Now, tomorrow morning, we're going to be doing Brighton Park episode 2. Okay. And in Brighton Park episode 2, what people are going to be seeing is how angry the people of Brighton Park are at the ongoing efforts of the government in Chicago to continue with their efforts of making things easy for the migrants to settle in Chicago. Okay. Shout out to Carlton. Carlton says, I wonder what neighborhoods the migrants are going into in the UK. That's a great question. You think they're going into the FBA neighborhoods in the UK? Oh, wait a minute. We're talking about the UK. Let's see where they're going. You know what I'm saying? Let's see where they're going. Because I guarantee you, right? I guarantee you that if there are neighborhoods in the UK that are quote unquote similar to FBA neighborhoods, I guarantee you that is where a lot of these migrants are being put. Would you guys agree? If you guys agree, give me a thumbs up. If you guys disagree, give me a thumbs down. And that, again, goes to a greater global issue. Now, it's fascinating when it comes to this migrant issue, right? Because the white people being affected by this and the black people being affected by this have very different and interesting talking points about the same situation. Okay. And we're going to go over some of that. Shout out to Carlton, the foundational Black Brits. Facts. Facts. You know what I'm saying? So now here it says the latest revelations reported today by the Telegraph, and this article is from 3 days ago, so keep that in mind, show how the former Home Secretary's pleas to Downing Street to implement a raft of measures, including higher minimum earning thresholds for migrant workers and stricter controls over the student route, fell on deaf ears. So they want to raise the pay of the migrants. Sounds like what's going on here, doesn't it? Let me see this video here real quick. Okay, let me just, because this looks like something that is relevant to what we're talking about. So I'm gonna just put that on pause for a second. She sent clamp down proposals to Sunak no fewer than 6 times, and on each occasion he declined to give her the green light to implement them. Whether Miss Braverman quite has proof that Sunak stalled on an immigration clampdown in direct conversation of an earlier cast iron promise to her doesn't really matter, though on balance it appears that he did. The key point is that we know he did it in direct contravention of earlier promise to the British people. So he actually promised to the British people that he would clamp down on this issue, and still he went back on his promise. I'm gonna ask you guys this. Does that sound familiar? Does that sound familiar? If it sounds familiar, give me some examples of what it sounds familiar to. You know what I'm saying? The Conservative Manifesto of 2019 could not have been any clearer about immigration. Now, I'm going to ask you guys this question. What do you all think that this Conservative Manifesto of 2019 said? Shout out to Blue Electric. Blue Electric says, I heard they're also housing them in high-end hotels with free meals in the UK. Let me ask you guys a question. Have you heard anything like that? And is anybody doing anything like that here? The Conservative Manifesto of 2019 could not have been clearer about immigration, pledging overall numbers will come down. Yet when Sunak became prime minister, he knew full well that this promise was already badly off course. Boris Johnson had bequeathed him net migration running at more than 500,000 per year. All right. So now here it says minister believes immigration will fall dramatically. Now, here's the question. If they're not implementing policies to control immigration, how is it going to fall dramatically? Let's see what they got to say.
There's no doubt that the figures that came out last week were too high, and we saw that the predominant areas in which reasons why people were arriving in the United Kingdom were either as students or to work in the health and care sector. You know already that there is an issue with dependents. The government's taken action on reducing the number of dependents a student can bring in, and sort of slightly buried in the figures was the ONS's prediction that that will bring figures down significantly, and that is starting to work. I think there was a post-COVID spike, and it's also the case actually that we've had some very generous and important refugee schemes like the Ukraine scheme, the BNO passport holder scheme for British citizens in Hong Kong after the Chinese crackdown. And I think everybody would agree that they were the right things to do. They were humane things to do that were consistent with our values, but they did cause a spike in the numbers. So look, we're not at all complacent. We're rigidly focused on trying to bring numbers down. But
so now in other countries, you have part of these people that are trying to bring the numbers down, and then you have another part of these people that are trying to increase the numbers. And we're gonna watch this little video clip right here when this one is done too.
But I think you are right that there has been a temporary spike, and that we hope and expect that numbers will start to fall dramatically with new measures we're bringing in.
So now they want to decrease the numbers. Hold on real quick, y'all. My bad. Let me pull this up real quick. Give me 1 second. And real quick, while I'm waiting for this to pull up, if you guys can smash that like button. Oh, you know what? Wait a minute. Hold on real quick. Is it up? Hold on 1 second. Hold on 1 second. Let me see. Let's see. Hold on. Get through this. Okay, yeah, this is it. This is what I was looking for. Okay.
So the levels of legal migration into this country are simply too high. Now, I've inherited these very large numbers, and I'm determined to do what is necessary to bring them back down to sustainable levels. It's welcome and encouraging news that the Office for National Statistics did say that they see signs that the levels of migration are already slowing. We have taken significant action already, but we're prepared to do more. So one example I can give you is we're clamping down on the number of dependents that people who are students coming here can bring. That will impact over 150,000 student dependents.
So over there, what's going on is they're bringing students in, and the students are able to claim dependents. So they have different schemes.
As I said, I've already brought into force the single biggest measure that anyone's ever taken to bring down legal migration, and I'll do what's necessary to get it down.
So now they're upset about legal migration over there. Okay. Over here, what we have is people are upset with illegal immigration. So their situation has gotten so out of control over there in the UK that they have legal migration issues going on. So we're going to take a look at this particular clip right here, and then we'll bring it back to the article, okay?
We are setting about making this the best place in the world to invest and do business. But we don't have a monopoly on talent in this country. And we recognize that nearly half of our most innovative companies have an immigrant founder. So,
sound familiar? Sound familiar? It sounds to me like what he's saying is we're going to turn the UK into a nation of immigrants. Now, let me ask you guys a question. What politicians have you all heard say that here in the United States? Where are these people getting these talking points? Where are these people getting these talking points? Because they're all very similar.
We are setting about making this the best place in the world to invest and do business. But we don't have a monopoly on talent in this country. And we recognize that nearly half of our most innovative companies have an immigrant founder. So if you're an innovator, an entrepreneur, a researcher, you should know that the most competitive visa regime for highly skilled international talent is right here in the UK. And let me just give you one example. Our new high potential individual visa means that if you're a young person who's graduated from a global top 50 university, you can just come to the UK and stay here with your family for 2 years to just explore, work, study, invent. Nothing like that exists anywhere else in the world. And it tells you everything about our pro-innovation, pro-growth, pro-business philosophy.
Does it? Shout out to Carlton Way. Carlton Way said, I think Vivek said something like that too. He sure did. He sure did. So this is interesting, right? Maybe not. Maybe not. In office, Johnson, who has comically now decided to pose as a mass migration skeptic, has authorized the lowering of earning thresholds, the expansion of the shortage occupation list, and an explosion of student visas and large-scale schemes for Hong Kong and Ukraine nationals. The stratospherically high immigration levels that ensued were an entirely predictable consequence of those policies. Yet Sunak didn't care that the Tories were on course to trash their immigration promises to the country for the 4th term in a row. It comes to something when a Tory prime minister can be outflanked to the right on immigration policy by the Labour front bench. But that is the position Sunak is now following. Labour Shadow Minister Darren Jones, pledging on TV yesterday, said that his party will aim to reduce net migration to a couple of 100,000 per year. Amazingly, Sunak has not committed to any target at all. So now let me ask you guys this question. Why has Sunak not committed to any target? That's the question. Why has Sunak not committed to a target? Why do people fail to commit? Merely contenting himself with saying that immigration is too high and that the volume should come down. He even spent this morning broadcast about how liberal the visa regime is for foreign students and entrepreneurs. A more tin-eared intervention is difficult to imagine. Faced with poll evidence of rising support for the Reform UK party, of which Nigel Farage is president, Sunak also came out with a lame weekend warning to voters that if they vote for Farage, they will get Starmer. For such a gambit to be effective, Tory-leaning voters would need to think Sunak himself was materially preferable to Starmer, and mounting polling evidence suggests that many simply don't. So what I find interesting is that it seems like this guy here is very, very similar, very, very similar to what's going on here with Joe Biden. And shout out to Blue Electric. Blue Electric said, and the Tories are the conservatives, and you know their supporters are mad. Facts. They got to be mad. They've had these promises broken. You know what I'm saying? Although most have clocked that Starmer is as slippery as a bar of soap in the bath, they also know that he is no Jeremy Corbyn. If anything, they think Sunak and Starmer are interchangeable. Two high-tax, high-migration, technocratic centrists, neither of whom will divert the country from its current passage toward hell in a handcart. But whereas their hostility towards Starmer is mainly ideological, increasing their hostility towards Sunak is laced with a sense of outright betrayal. We may be reaching a stage when habitual Tory voters yearn for the humiliating defeat of the Tory party with just as much intensity as do the habitual Labor ones. Okay? So now here's my question. What does all of this mean? What does all of this mean? And real quick, ladies and gentlemen, shout out to everybody that's watching. We got 28 people watching. If everybody could take a moment and smash that like button, that would be great. Also, if you guys have not shared the stream to your social media, please take a moment, share the stream to your social media. So how many people have heard of the phrase Irish Lives Matter? If you guys have heard of the phrase Irish Lives Matter, give me a thumbs up. If you guys have not heard of the phrase Irish Lives Matter, then give me a thumbs down. Now, here's the question that I have. Shout out to Maggie. What's good with it, Maggie? Why would people be saying Irish Lives Matter? I'm going to let y'all answer that question. Don't be shy. Why would people be saying Irish Lives Matter? Is there a reason? Are they saying Irish Lives Matter in response to the Black Lives Matter movement, the racial reckoning? Shout out to Crew Royalty. What's good with it, bro? B1. Why would people be saying Irish Lives Matter? Why would they say it? Shout out to Carlton Way. Carlton Way said because of the recent stabbings in Ireland. That could be a reason. That could be a reason. Who's doing those recent stabbings? Anybody know who's doing the recent stabbings? Shout out to B Moving's First or Last. B Moving's First or Last says they don't want to be replaced. Who's going to replace them? Who's going to replace them? If there's anybody that's available to look up some demographics, somebody give me a racial demographic spread of what the racial demographics are in Ireland. Most importantly, how many FBA there are in Ireland. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to Two Factor. Two Factor said it's a protection protocol rally term. Everybody throw some radiation emoji in the chat for Two Factor. That was a great answer. That was a great answer. We're going to talk about it. Shout out to Carla for being a bot enforcer. Make sure you guys throw some radiation emoji in the chat for Carla. Yeah, they actually saying it. Irish Lives Matter being called hate speech ignites American firestorm. Really? Has anybody heard anybody being outraged about anybody saying Irish Lives Matter? Where is this causing an American firestorm? Probably on white conservative Twitter. Because they have to look at things going on elsewhere in the world to be outraged about. That's probably where it's going on at. Yep. Oh, yeah, y'all can check me out on Clubhouse if y'all want to. I don't be on there all like that, but it's not what I meant to do. That's what I meant to do. Shout out to my man, Still Kevin Trees. And throw some radiation emoji in the chat for Still Kevin Trees, throwing those demographics into the chat. In terms of Ireland's racial demographics, 82% are Irish and 9% are other white. So that means that the country, for the most part, is 91% white. The remaining 9% include people of Asian and African backgrounds. Okay? So what we're dealing with here is a 91% white country. Now, remember, the people of UK didn't consider those other white people white. You guys remember that? So can't let them forget that. So let me ask you guys this. How do you create a replacement situation in a country where the demographics are 91%? And shout out to Pamela X. Yo, and also make sure you guys throw some radiation emoji in the chat for Pamela X. She always helping your boy out on the Cash App. Definitely appreciate it. I'm always like a streamer too late with the Cash App support because I don't stream with the phone in front of me. You know what I'm saying? And I don't have one of those fancy Apple watches. You know what I'm saying? So here's my question. How do you do this? Because I agree here with let me see, hold on real quick. I agree with B Moving. You know what I'm saying? B Moving said they don't want to be replaced, right? And I agree. That probably is the time that they're on, right? So now here's my question. How do you replace 91% of the population? How do you do that? How do you quantitatively do that? How does that occur? How do you make that happen? How do you artificially do that? And why would anybody want to do that over there in Ireland is the question. Because you would assume that Ireland probably has a majority white government, right? Shout out to Cameron Jones. What's good with it, bro? Right? So we're not making this assumption, but we're looking at these people and what they're doing in Ireland, and we're assuming that these white people in Ireland, who more than likely have a white government that wants to replace the white population. Now, the reason why I'm asking that question is because, like I said, what this all appears to be is that there are entities beyond these governments that have a program, and whoever signed up under that program is doing these things all over the world in little pockets in Western countries. Would you guys agree? If you guys agree, give me a thumbs up. If you guys disagree, give me a thumbs down. So now let's see what this article is talking about here from Newsweek. All right. So, and then as you guys can see, this is what's going on in Ireland. You know what I'm saying? So, you know, they don't burn stuff down. They like to always talk about the quote unquote Black Lives Matter protests where everything is burned down and these people are burning down their own neighborhood. Okay, well, look what they're doing in Ireland. Look at that car right there. They burnt the hell out that car. You know what I'm saying? So how come nobody is calling these Irish Lives Matter people thugs? Radicals. And they actually own what's being destroyed. Facts. We don't own what was being destroyed in the protests and the George Floyd stuff and all of that. But these people actually own this stuff here. Right? Shout out to David Brown. What's good with it, bro? So where's the mainstream media attention on this? Is my question. Has anybody seen it? If you guys have, give me a thumbs up. If you guys haven't, give me a thumbs down. Where's the mainstream media attention on this? I'm curious as to what Fox News will say about this, or I'm also curious as to see what Jason Aldean would say about this. Try it in a grassy knoll. Would that be the name of the next song? And show some footage from this over here? Because I don't know if anybody's aware, but they did this during C-19 as well. Shout out to Carlton Way. Carlton Way said that they feel the Irish have a legitimate reason to protest. How many people got deleted by Irish police officers unjustly? You know what I'm saying? Is my question. I don't believe that they have a legitimate reason to complain. Your country is 91% Irish or 91% white. The end. Shout out to Deneen. What's good with it, Deneen? And you know what they say about these kind of tears over here? They're magically delicious. You know what I'm saying? Try a box of Irish tears. They're magically delicious. Right? You know what I'm saying? A little bit of almond milk in the morning, a cup of coffee. You know what I'm saying? Conservatives up. We called it already. Conservatives in the United States are outraged. Ah! over police in Northern Ireland treating a series of anti-immigration signage in West Belfast as a hate incident, including a graffiti message that read, "Irish Lives Matter." They need to give Lil Flip one of those leprechaun from the Leprechaun movie outfits, so he can go over there and while they tearing up the street, have them all picking up the cars like they do during them college parties, and have them be like, flip, 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 game over, flip, 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 game over. Shout out to KO Kid Fit. You know what I'm saying? My man KO Kid Fit said, this is why a guy like Vivek or any immigrant can't be president. I'm not mad at that comment. If you guys agree with that, give me a thumbs up. If you guys disagree with that, give me a thumbs down. Shout out to KO Kid Fit again. The Irish seem to be complaining about nothing, as usual. You know what I'm saying? As usual. Conservatives in the United States are outraged over police in Northern Ireland treating a series of anti-immigration signage in West Belfast as a quote-unquote hate incident, including a graffiti message that reads, "Irish Lives Matter." The incidents in Northern Ireland, which is a part of the United Kingdom, follow less than a week after anti-immigration riots broke out in Dublin, Ireland. So we're going to check out these anti-immigrant riots. How many people heard about that? Because remember, we're the only people that riot. We're the only people that commit crime. We're the only people that riot. All these things that we're the only people that do. You know what I'm saying? We the only people that do all this stuff. Right? We're the only ones that commit crime. Shout out to how many people we got in here? We got 40 thugs in here. Shout out to my thugs. You know what I'm saying? THUB, THUG, we be. That's the mentality we thuggin'. Thuggin' is the way we choose to live our lives. THUG, we be. That's our mentality we thuggin'. Thuggin' till the day we die. Right? That's our mentality. Oh, man. That's our mentality. Right? We thuggin'. Thuggin' till the day we die. Oh, man. Facts. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to my man Crew Royalty. Truly, humbly, under God. Fact. Crazy Bone. Shout out to my man Crazy Bone. You know what I'm saying? The incidents in Northern Ireland, which is part of the United Kingdom, follow less than a week after anti-immigration riots broke out in Dublin, Ireland. The violent protests, which Irish police blamed on, quote unquote, the far right. So now this is interesting, right? We got 2 weeks. You know what I'm saying? We got 2 weeks where multiple incidents have been, quote unquote, blamed on the far right. Shout out to Dre D. What's good with it, bro? Brandon Johnson is blaming the sentiments that the people in Chicago have on, quote unquote, the far right. This here in Ireland is getting blamed on the far right. Now, what I find fascinating, right, when it comes to this, is that these conservatives that they're talking about, these conservatives have case studies right here at home that they could use, right in Chicago, their favorite city. Except for the thing that's interesting about it is that the people in Chicago are doing this peacefully, except for the immigrants in Brighton Park. They're not. They're attacking their aldermen that are looking out for them. You know what I'm saying? But, you know, on the South side, ain't nobody got beat up over immigration. They're not out here causing riots. The conservatives got an example of this that they could use right at home. But the America First people decide to use an Irish example. So here's my question. Why would they do that? That's my question for y'all. Why would they do that? Make it make sense. See, we got to ask these questions and we got to make this stuff make sense. And if it don't make sense, then we got to stick on it until somebody gives us an explanation, right? Shout out to Lena. What's good with it, Lena? Right? We got to stick on this stuff until somebody gives us an explanation. Okay? So now here it says that the police, the Irish police, who are what race are the Irish police? They blame this on far-right ideology, which were sparked after an Algerian man was identified as the suspect behind the stabbing of 5 individuals, including 3 children, outside of an all-Irish Gaelic-speaking school earlier that same day. Them undocumented bros going over there poking people up. The Irish undocumented bros going over there poking people up. Y'all remember what happened with ASAP Rocky back a couple years ago when Trump was president? He got into it with some undocumented bros over there. Now, let me ask y'all this question. Why would them undocumented bros be going over there poking people up? So now here, hold on real quick. Oh, look at this thuggery. Look at this thuggery down here. We get to that. Signage in Belfast included the statements that hung near Tildarg Avenue that said the community will no longer accept the rehousing of illegal immigrants. Shout out to 2 Factor. That's facts. Now, I don't know what just happened here. Hold on real quick. I don't know why that did that. But y'all see, you know what I'm saying? Your boy got the computer locked down. You know what I'm saying? Your boy got the computer locked down. Real quick, speaking of lockdown, let's lock down some more likes. Let's get the likes over 60. If everybody could take a moment, smash that like button. Also, if you guys have not hit the bell, please make sure you guys take a moment, hit the bell, share the stream to your social media. And remember, watch the stream all the way through to the end. It'll take you to the premiere window for the Brighton Park stream that's going down in the morning. You know what I'm saying? So now here it says, hold on real quick. Let me do that there. Okay. Let's move that back. All right. Signage in Belfast included a statement that hung near Tildarg Avenue that said the community will no longer accept the rehousing of illegal immigrants, according to a report by the BBC. So we should check this out too. The poster also reportedly used an offensive term to refer to other communities as well, read the report. Roughly a day later, a graffiti message that read "Irish Lives Matter," hold on real quick, was also spray painted on the side of Kennedy Center in Belfast. The statement appears to be an adaptation of the phrase "All Lives Matter," which gained popularity after the rise of Black Lives Matter movement in the United States in 2020. And that's, of course, because we're the most creative people in the world. You know what I'm saying? And everybody has to steal our swag and then try to turn around and say somebody else did it. You know what I'm saying? Everybody has to steal our swag and then turn around and say that somebody else did it first. You know what I'm saying? Andrew Matson, a spokesperson for the police service of Northern Ireland, said that law enforcement was treating the matter as a hate incident, according to a report from the British broadcast network known as ITV. Politicians in Northern Ireland also spoke up on the matter, including People Before Profit lawmaker Gary Carroll, who said in a post to X, formerly Twitter, that there was no place in our society for this kind of racist poison. Now, let me ask you guys this question. So from what you all have read thus far, does that sound like racist poison? What do y'all think? Let's watch. Now remember, this is in Ireland. This is in Dublin, Ireland. This is in a European country, right? And look at all those black people acting crazy. Do y'all see them? If you guys can see all of the black people in here rioting and pillaging and tearing up the street, give me a thumbs up. Put some flame emojis in the chat. Make the chat look like that car right there. But remember, we're the only ones that do this. But now the conservatives are upset with the black people in the United States that did this after somebody got deleted by the police after a long history of police doing this, right? But they're cheering these people on. So I got to ask y'all this question. What's the difference? I thought these people were America first, right? This is going on in America. People exercising their free speech. They protesting. They should be happy about that, right? But these people got to find an example all the way in Ireland and say, look at these patriots out here fighting for their right to live. When the people who were fighting against the George Floyd issue were actually fighting for a right to live because somebody got deleted behind that. Yeah, shout out to Local Tina. There's literally 0 black people involved in this. Shout out to Still Kevin Trees. Still Kevin Trees says, exactly, BLR. Most of the hate crimes are xenophobic and racist related or LGBTQ, most of which pertains to disturbance of peace and physical violence. Facts. 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 We're going to be looking at more footage of this. So now in Dublin, Ireland, they're blowing up police cars. They're blowing up police cars. And I find it interesting that these constitutionalists believe that a person who gets arrested is not supposed to get their constitutional rights. If I see somebody walking down the street and they're high as hell, am I allowed to just blow their brains out of their head? If I am, give me a thumbs up. If I'm not, give me a thumbs down. And I'll go to the court and they'll give me the key to the city. Sorry, that's not how that works. Now, you know what's interesting? Let me ask you guys this. When it comes to this particular situation right here, you know what term you have not heard be used when it comes to describing this? Flash mob. Why aren't people calling this a flash mob? That's my question. Why aren't people calling this a flash mob? Why aren't people saying, oh man, it's just a shame what's going on in Dublin. Look how unsafe Dublin is. Look at all of those thugs just tearing up the streets. Shout out to Blue Electric. Blue Electric says there was a video going around Twitter of Irishmen harassing 2 black men walking around and blaming them for the riots. Check this out. The Irish people are sitting up there harassing black people, saying that it's black people's fault that this is going down. Now, what did those demographics say of how many black people there are in Ireland? And now this is what I'm telling people, right? This is one of the reasons why I'm telling people need to pay very close attention to this nonsense and these political parties that they adopt, because they don't have your best interest in mind. They will literally look at the same thing going on here in the United States. And if you do it, it's a crime. It's horrific. It's amoral. It's non-patriotic. The other people do it elsewhere for less of a cause, and they're just God's people. Miss me with the nonsense. Miss me with the nonsense. They're blaming black people in Ireland on the policies that their governments created. Now, here go the thing, right? Where's the liberal enclave? In America, they like to blame this on liberal enclaves. Oh, you know, Chicago and Maryland and all of this. Where's the Chicago and Maryland equivalent in Ireland? Where's the liberal New York City of Ireland with a 91% white population? Where's the city that looks like that? So you can't blame the black people, people of color, liberal nonsense on this situation taking place in Ireland. So what's causing this situation in Ireland? The white politicians have sold the people out, and the people there are so brainwashed that they have to attack the nearest black person. Oh, yeah, that's big facts, Maggie. Maggie says also another thing that is not being brought up is that rich people were going into the neighborhood and black children bringing them bricks on purpose, telling them to destroy property, probably giving them a couple dollars too. So let's keep watching. Let's see what else these thugs did. Look at that lawlessness, straight lawlessness, right? Because that's how they would talk about it if this was in Chicago. Oh, but let's talk about Chicago. Chicago don't look like this in regards to the immigration issues that they're dealing with. I'm gonna ask you guys this question: when it comes to people not getting what they want and how they're dealing with things, who's doing a better job of maintaining their composure? The Irish or the black Americans in Chicago? I tell you what, man, this doesn't look anything like that soap commercial. What was that soap called? Irish Springs. This don't look anything like that. You know what I'm saying?
There's so much for our ID. They're holding me back.
So 34 people were arrested. 34 people were arrested behind this. You know what I'm saying? And real quick, ladies and gentlemen, shout out to everybody that's watching. We got 50 people watching. If everybody could take a moment, smash that like button. Also, if you guys can hit the bell, please make sure you guys hit the bell and share the stream to your social media. Let's try to get the likes to about 80. So now here it says conservatives in the U.S. Look at this. They bashed PSNI's response to the signage over social media, including Shea Raichik, creator of the far-right account Libs of TikTok. So now conservatives in the United States, they didn't bash the rioters. I want you guys to pay attention. They didn't bash the rioters. They bashed the Irish government for their response of holding the thugs in the street accountable. Interesting, isn't it? So I want to ask you guys this question. Why the double standard? Ireland is turning on its own citizens, Raichik wrote on X. Irish Lives Matter is now a hate crime. Interesting, right? Shout out to Deneen. Deneen says, this is really interesting. Yeah, it is, isn't it? If you guys agree with Deneen, this is interesting. Give me a thumbs up. If you guys disagree, this is not interesting. Give me a thumbs down. And unsubscribe. Shout out to Jacoby. So now here it says, if saying Irish Lives Matter in Ireland is a hate crime, that's the definition of a conquered nation. So that's interesting. Not being allowed to say that your life matters is the definition of a conquered nation. So maybe that's why these people have such an opposition to when we say our lives matter, because that shows that we're not conquered by their own definition of conquer. Conservative commentator Aaron McIntyre wrote to X. Colin Rugg, co-owner of the conservative commentary site Trending Politics, also raged in a post that the PSNI handling of the incident meant that Ireland has officially gone mad. Because when you hold white people accountable for property damage, you clearly have lost your mind. Clearly. You've clearly lost your mind. Something's wrong with you. We literally saw nothing wrong go on here. There's nothing anybody should be held accountable for. If you have a problem with this, then you've clearly lost your mind. Would you guys agree? If you guys agree, give me a thumbs up. If you guys disagree, give me a thumbs down. If you have an issue with any of this going on in this video, something's wrong with you. Literally nothing wrong with that. Nothing wrong with that. How dare you have an issue with that? Something's wrong with you. Something's wrong with you if you have a problem with that. Now, these people will then turn around and complain and see all these people, these police officers in the street and say, it's turned into a police state. It didn't turn into a police state. Let me ask you guys this. Did this just turn into a police state spontaneously? Or, I don't know, was there something that could have triggered that? So now what I want you guys to pay attention to is pay very close attention to how in the United States, when people protest, do the exact same thing, they're lawless. They have an issue. But when the people over there do it, these patriotic people are right about everything they say and do. Which one is it? That's the question. That's all I'm asking. Which one is it?
There's so much Robb ID, they're holding me back.
Anybody want to get on the train? Anybody want to ride that train? Come on, ride the train and ride it. Come on, ride the train and ride it. If you feel like burning, well, come on. It's up to you. If you feel like getting burnt up, come on, you know what to do. Come on, ride the train and ride it. Oh, y'all want to ride the train? Let's ride the train. You know what I'm saying? So, yeah. So now the conservatives here in the United States are outraged because that's what they just do. They just decide to live in a state of outrage. Remember, again, these people are supposedly America first, but they're looking past examples of this going on in Chicago, looking past examples of this going on in New York City, and are looking to Ireland to show an example and to turn these people here into martyrs. Okay. So now here it says Colin Rugg, co-owner of the conservative commentary site Trending Politics, also raged in a post that the PSNI handling of the incident meant that Ireland has officially gone mad. The graffiti comes after Irish citizens are rising up against their government and demanding action on the flow of migrants, Rugg wrote, adding, wokeness eats away the brain. Well, I find it interesting. How is this not woke? because the riots here were against the government deleting black people unjustly, right? Right? So we're looking at very similar situations, and we're looking at the same party supporting the situation in one instance and not supporting it in the other. So what I need you guys to tell me is how that work. What's that hitting for? How that work? Newsweek reached out to the PSNI for comment via email. Conservatives in the U.S. have used the immigration debate in Ireland as a platform to raise concerns about the U.S.-Mexico border in recent weeks, including Laura Trump, daughter-in-law of former President Donald Trump, who said in an interview with News Nation on Monday that the recent incidents in Ireland are all the more reason that people are now starting to wake up. So, you know, again, it's interesting the instances that they ignore Chicago in, isn't it? Isn't it? I mean, borders matter, she added. And you know, it's funny because at one time, the borders of this country did matter to those in charge. Borders of a country like Ireland matter as well. And we have our own unique system and way of doing things. We need to know who's coming into our country. So now here's my question. The Irish politicians, who are the Irish politicians that are doing this? How do you blame this on black people in a country where there's only 9% black people? Let me ask you guys this question. Do you guys think that 9% of the population commits 13% of the crime over there? That's my question for you guys. Let me know. %9 of the population committing 55% of the crime over there in Ireland. Is that happening there? Seriously, because we got to ask these questions. We got to ask these questions. Yeah, and I got to agree. If you guys agree with two-factor says trust, they'll find some leap of logic in order to make it possible. Facts. If you guys agree with two-factor, give me a thumbs up. If y'all disagree, give me a thumbs down. It's not even 9% because it includes Asians. Facts, Deneen. So we're going to check out this Irish stabbing suspect, what we know as Dublin riots. So remember, rioting is not an acceptable form of protest, right? Rioting is not an acceptable form of protest. That's what conservatives were saying about police deletions, right? It's not about an acceptable form of protest. It's about they want to be able to harm you and you not do anything about it, including say anything about it. Because if you ask me, protesting is not an effective means of getting people to stop doing something to you. Doing things back to people is an effective way of getting people to stop doing things to you. If you ask me, you know what I'm saying? Standing, if you're in a fight and you're protesting, stop hitting me, that's not an effective way to get somebody to stop hitting you. If you knock them back a couple inches, that's a way to get them to stop hitting you. And that's facts. NY State of Mind. NY State of Mind says they're always rioting in Europe, especially after soccer games. Facts. And most times at those soccer games in Europe, all of the good black players that they have, the crowd is always yelling racial slurs at them at all times, all over the world, even in South America. You know what I'm saying? And the black players are the reason why the teams are even relevant. So let's watch this. Let's see. Hold on real quick. I think we might. Oh, look, hold on. There it is. I did not tell you they would do that. Didn't I tell you they would do that? I told y'all they would do that earlier. Hold on real quick. Flip, flip, flip. Game over. Flip, flip. Now, let me ask you guys this question, right? How many people y'all think end up getting deleted as a result of all this thuggery right here? How many people got deleted? Because if you attacking a police car, if you attack a police car, if you attack a police dog, if you attack anything regarding the police, you know what I'm saying? Then that means that you have resisted arrest, right? If you guys agree with that, give me a thumbs up. If you guys disagree, give me a thumbs down. Now, how many of these people, if y'all agree with Deneen says none of these people got deleted. If y'all agree with Deneen, give me a thumbs up. If y'all disagree, give me a thumbs down. Now, all this thuggery going on, they complaining, were they allowed to do this and none of them get deleted? They complaining about that? Because somebody getting deleted if this go down in the United States. You attacking and burning up, blowing up police cars. They done surrounded the police car, about to flip it upside down. They got toilet paper all out in the street. It's lit. Shout out to Zentober. It's lit.
So much.
So now here go my question. How many people saw the video that TD Hip Hop Media did? Shout out to Leonard. Shout out to Leonard Diuta. How many people saw the video that TD Hip Hop Media did where he talked about the Venezuelan crime is up like about 2,000 some percent in Chicago? I think it was the most recent live stream that he did. If you guys saw that video, give me a thumbs up. If you guys did not see that video, give me a thumbs down, right? Now, the crime rate up there from the undocumented bros up there in Venezuela is up, right? 2,000 some percent. The Chicago bros ain't in the street doing this. Yeah, shout out to Hurricane. Venezuelan crime in Chicago is up 2,500%. That is not a talking point. That is something that was recovered from a FOIA request into the Bureau of Criminal Investigation of Illinois, if I'm not mistaken. Of Illinois, I should say. If I'm not mistaken. You know what I'm saying? Now, this riot here happened in response to a stabbing. Okay? And the stabbing was done by an undocumented bro in Ireland. Okay? Irish police are questioning an Algerian man suspected of stabbing a woman and 3 children outside of the school in an attack that sparked a night of furious riots, looting, and quote-unquote anti-immigrant protests in Dublin. So they're saying that these are anti-immigrant protests in Dublin. Crew Royalty said, you were thinking of me. I was. You know what I'm saying? I was. The Irish Times reported that the suspect is believed to be a quote-unquote naturalized Irish citizen who has lived there for 20 years. A woman and a 5-year-old girl he allegedly stabbed are in serious condition in the hospital. A 43-year-old Brazilian Deliveroo driver, Caio Benicio, was widely praised for jumping off his moped and knocking the man over the head with his helmet. Other people rushed forward to grab the knife. Okay. So now this is interesting, right? It was another Irish undocumented bro, right? You see this? A 43-year-old Brazilian in Ireland, Deliveroo driver, Caio Benicio, was widely praised for jumping off his moped and knocking the man over the head with the helmet. Other people rushed forward to grab the knife. So now let me ask you all a question. Let's just first do this. If people have an issue with illegal immigration, with illegal migration, is having a problem with illegal migration or illegal immigrants, is that anti-immigrant sentiment? That's my question. That's my question. Let me know. Is having an issue with illegal immigration the same thing and equivalent to being anti-immigration? That's my question for you guys. Is illegal, is having an issue with, shout out to Two Factor. Two Factor says yes. Carla says no. Deneen says no. It's entirely two different things. I agree. If you guys agree with Deneen, give me a thumbs up. If you guys disagree with Deneen, give me a thumbs down. Shout out to Zentober. Facts. The undocumented bros worldwide are wilding out. Win, lose, or rug said not the same at all. Facts. So now here's my question. If they're not the same at all, which I agree with, they're not the same. Why is it then that no, it's all good, bro. Don't worry about it, Two Factor. If they're not the same at all, then why is it that anytime people have an issue with illegal immigration, why does the mainstream media always frame it as anti-immigration? That's the question. That's the question that we need to figure out. Because what that says is that the mainstream media is not providing accurate information. Now, if the mainstream media is not providing accurate information, then we have to ask the question, why does YouTube and other reference searches and different things like that cite, quote, mainstream media as accurate information if they're not actually providing accurate information? There's a big difference between having an issue with illegal immigration versus having an issue with legal immigration. Okay. So now down here it says Siobhan Kearney, who witnessed the stabbing, said the scene was absolutely bedlam. Without thinking, I just took across the road to help out. She told Irish national broadcaster RTE. We got another young man, disarmed the attacker with the knife. Another man took the knife and put it away for the police to find it. Carney said a group of people restrained the suspect on the ground as some of those injured were taken back inside of the school. One Irish woman and one American woman stood in front of the suspect to stop people from beating him. So I want you guys to pay very close attention. Look, when it comes to stopping, when it comes to people getting harmed you had these two women here. One of them was a Irish woman and the other was a modern woman. And they wanted to stop the people from beating the individual who had just stabbed up the woman and the kids. Make it make sense. A photo at the scene shows the middle-aged suspect with blood on his mouth lying on the ground. The attack occurred at an Irish language primary school, Glasgow Chilaste Muir, shortly after 1 p.m. on Thursday on Parnell Square East in Dublin's North Inner City, an area with a large number of low-income housing projects. Wait a minute. They got low-income housing projects in Ireland? Let's take a moment. Is all 9% of the black population in those housing projects in Ireland? Shout out to my man We Lit. What's good with it, bro? That's my question for y'all. Uh-oh, hold on. Hold up. Wait, we got some inconsistencies. We got to get this straight for the whole world to see. Hold up. Oh, man, we got some inconsistencies. Oh, yeah. Trust me. I know this, right? It's not me who says that they don't do this. You know what I'm saying? It's your WS people here in the United States that say this stuff. Some conservatives. You know what I'm saying? They talk about how dysfunctional black people are. You know what I'm saying? Some pro-black coons. Because that's a thing. That's an actual thing. But here we are looking at Ireland. And they got project chicks. They got some hood rat chicks. They got some project chicks. Oh, man. I thought these were the things that fairy tales came from. When it comes to Ireland, about the fairy tales and stuff like that, I thought they had things like sirens, you know what I'm saying? Banshee, you know what I'm saying? Leprechauns and shit like that. I didn't know they had projects. The attack occurred at an Irish language primary school shortly after 1 p.m. on Thursday on Parnell Square East in Dublin's North Inner City, in an area with a large number of low-income housing projects. Let me ask you guys this question. Why would they need a large number of low-income housing projects? We need to get those abolished. Those do not need to be existent. If the world narrative is going to stay the world narrative, them things got to go. Would you guys agree? If you guys agree that the Irish projects need to be abolished, then give me a thumbs up. If you guys disagree, then give me a thumbs down. If you ask me, them Irish projects, they got to go, man. This shit got to go. Now, those aren't supposed to be there. They're not supposed to be there. The people that are supposedly the world's flawless people got projects? Nah. I vote removal. If you vote that there should be a removal of the Irish projects, give me a thumbs up. If you guys say, nah, let them stay, let them live, then give me a thumbs down. I say get rid of them. Because that's not consistent with the world narrative. The consistency with the world narrative is that these are perfect people that never do anything wrong ever, and everything that they've ever done has been highly justified and necessary for society to be where it's at. If that's the case, and every single one of them is like that genetically, then we're clearly dealing with some mathematical flaw here of a country where there's 91% of them having a large number of low-income housing projects. That don't make no damn sense. And in the black light world order, everything has to make sense, or it shall cease to exist. It shall cease to exist. This shouldn't exist. So now here it says Irish police, known as Gardaí, which, as you guys saw, Gardaí was what was written on those cars that were getting destroyed, are still establishing if the attacker is mentally ill or if he was motivated by political or racial hate. Now, here goes my question. What do you all think? Do you guys think that the guy was mentally ill, or do you guys think that he was full of racial hate? That's my question. What do you guys think? What's the verdict here? Let me know. We got to figure these things out. Real quick, ladies and gentlemen, shout out to everybody. We got 52 live viewers and we got 53 likes. If everybody could take a moment, smash that like button. Also, if you guys haven't hit the bell and subscribe to the channel, stop cloud watching, subscribe to the channel, hit the bell, and also please share the stream to your social media. Police Commissioner Drew Harris refused to rule out the possibility that the stabbing was terror-related. The fact that a man attacked the school, run through the Irish or Gaelic language, helped fuel an outpouring of rage that saw anti-immigrant riots, looting, and arson in the hours that followed. Now, here's the question, right? Forget everything else. Why would they loot? Because remember, Ron DeSantis said, you shoot, you loot, we shoot. Remember Ron DeSantis said that? But nobody got shot. So now what the conservatives should have been talking about, right? The conservatives should have been using Ron DeSantis' talking point, right? You loot, we shoot, and ask the question, it was all kind of looting going on, but it wasn't no shooting going on. How come that didn't happen? How come that didn't happen? Now, Ron DeSantis, a conservative who is somebody that supports this, he did say that, right? We're not making these things up. Ron DeSantis said during the hurricanes, you loot, we shoot. So all of the conservatives supporting this, they're supporting rioting and they're supporting looters not getting shot. So we got a lot of contradictions here that we got to work out. When you're dealing with the most intelligent people in the world, there should be no contradictions, right? Shout out to New York State of Mind. New York State of Mind said the conservatives going to say the looters in Ireland was fighting wokeness. It sounds to me like they're not only woke themselves, but it sounds like they're using quote unquote woke tactics. Because according to conservatives, woke tactics are to rob and destroy your own neighborhoods because of something that you're just whining about. That's not really real. We looked at the racial breakdown and the thought of quote unquote immigration replacing all those Irish people in Ireland. It's not really real. It's 91% white people in Ireland. What are you crying about? Right? That's my question. So we have to address all of these inconsistencies. And the reason why we have to address all of these inconsistencies is because for too long, we have allowed other people to just say anything without receiving an intellectual backhand. And those days should be over. Those days should have never been in existence. There should have never been a calendar in existence where that ever happened on any day. But it's okay. So now here it says police struggled to contain the crowds who attacked them on the streets. You see that? Police struggled to contain the crowds who attacked them on the streets and burned a hotel housing asylum seekers, as well as a tram, a double-decker bus, and a police car. Does that sound like property damage to you? If that sounds like property damage to you, give me a thumbs up. If it doesn't sound like property damage, give me a thumbs down. So now here it says Liam Garrity, a superintendent with the Irish police, told reporters that he does not believe the attacker was politically motivated. We believe this is a standalone incident, not necessarily connected to any wider issues that are ongoing in the country or the city, and we need to identify the exact reasons for what's happening. So we'd ask for people not to jump to conclusions and make rash judgments on what may have happened. Garrity said a total of 5 people were taken to Dublin hospitals. These casualties include 3 young children, an adult female, and adult male. Now, do you guys remember there was a story in Chicago a while ago where a little black girl was attacked by 2 grown Mexican women? Shout out to Vega. What's good with it, Vega? Do you guys remember that? If you guys remember that, give me a thumbs up. If you guys don't remember that, give me a thumbs down. Almost lost her eye. Yeah. Now, did you guys see any conservatives have any outrage? Did they make a big deal out of it? They would have actually tried to say shame people if people had said Black Lives Matter in regards to that. And you know what else is a shame? People wouldn't have really said anything effective or done anything effective back. People would have complained and talked tough inside of their echo chambers, but nothing would have happened. One girl aged 5 years has sustained serious injuries and is currently receiving emergency medical treatment in CHI Temple Street. He added that a 5-year-old boy and a 6-year-old girl were treated for less serious injuries. Garrity said that the boy had since been discharged from a children's hospital and that the woman in her 30s is being treated for serious injuries at the Mater Hospital in Dublin's North Inner City. The man is also being treated for serious injuries at a hospital in the Dublin region, he said. Garrity said that the man is in his 40s. Garrity said that a man in his 40s is a person of interest and police are not looking for any other suspect. There have been ongoing protests across Ireland against asylum centers amid housing crisis. Now, that's interesting, right? Because we had the same thing going on here. We had the same thing going on here, don't we? So why is nobody doing anything about it? And here's another question. Why are they looking at this particular incident over in Ireland and not looking at any of the incidents going on elsewhere in the United States? We got examples of this kind of stuff going on all over the United States to support the things that people are saying in Chicago and all of these other different places. But the conservatives got to look at what's going on in Ireland to try to make their points. And then when they make their points, everybody just lets them run wild with a bunch of nonsense. Why is that? Why do people allow the running wild of nonsense? That's my question. Shout out to Mastermind Hour. What's good with it, bro? If you guys can hear me okay, if the audio is low, can you guys hear me? If you guys can hear me, give me a thumbs up. If you guys can't hear me, give me a thumbs down. Yeah, that's facts. I thought they were perfect. There shouldn't be any projects. Perfection means no projects. Perfection means that everybody is a functional, optimal unit. Okay, Zentober says the audio is good. All right, it might just be whatever device you're listening to, Mastermind Hour. Many hotels and guest houses have been converted into asylum accommodation, leading to protests by the people in towns affected by the lower tourist income. So now here's my question for you guys. Is that the same thing that's going on in the United States? We've heard about where have you heard about this going on in the United States? Shout out to Roots Trackers. What's good with it? This is going on in the United States, right? So my question for you guys is, where is this happening at in the United States? Many hotels and guest houses have been converted to asylum accommodation, leading to protests by the people in towns affected by lower tourist income. So now the conservatives here in the United States are acting as if, you guys saw the video that we did on Reacts the other day about Black conservative perspective. He was making fun of those people in New York for being upset that they weren't able to get access to the Thanksgiving food first, right? But now you have the exact same thing going on in Ireland. And they have a right to be upset about it. But if you're upset about it and you're Black here in the United States, it's simply because you want a handout. So somebody make that make sense. My question is, why doesn't anybody confront these people about these talking points? People are so tough online, so tough in comment sections. No direct confrontation. That's what, shout out to Kid Gravity. That's one of the reasons why I rock with Kid Gravity so hard. And Torian. Kid Gravity and Torian are two of the few people that directly address nonsense. To me, that's what sets them apart. You know what I'm saying? So now here it says in late October, Ireland's Teo I-Search, or Prime Minister Leo Varadkar, said the country had reached the limit to the number of asylum seekers and refugees it could accept. So now let me ask you guys a question. You saw the first article where we talked about the UK, right? The UK said that they're at their limit, right? Ireland is now saying that they're at their limit. All these countries that are declaring that they're at their limit, do you all think that that has anything to do with the influx of migrants coming into the United States? Or is it just, it's just a mathematical coincidence? I mean, who even pays attention to this stuff anyway? You know what I'm saying? Who even pays attention to this stuff? It's not important. Torian puts in hell of work. I got so much respect for Torian Rain. One of my favorite content creators. It's an honor that he actually watches my channel. You know what I'm saying? So, do you all see the similarities? Now, here's my question. Who knew that it was going down overseas like that? Who knew that it was going down abroad like that? I appreciate it. Win, lose, and rug. You got to check out. You got to watch the older videos on the channel. You guys got to use the playlist, but they still there, and the members have the access. You know what I'm saying, to the older videos. But if you watch the older videos, we got me, Torian, and me and Kid Gravity. We got mad collabs. It's going down like this all over the world, mainly in Western countries. So we got to ask the question, why is this going on in Western countries? And why are the countries that are accepting these people and taking these people in, why is it that it's happening? Is there a larger agenda beyond these governments? You know what I'm saying? I appreciate you, Hurricane IQ. Get your wrenches ready. Am I everybody's favorite YouTube content creator? Anybody that says no, hit them with the wrench. No, I'm just playing. I'm just bullshitting. I'm just playing. I'm just joking. I'm just playing. You know what I'm saying? Now, shout out to Deneen. Deneen says, quote unquote, NWO. If you guys agree, NWO, give me a thumbs up. If you guys disagree, give me a thumbs down. If you ask me, I don't agree with NWO in terms of conspiracy theory, right? Because shout out to Just Pearly Things. She managed to get one of her channels deleted, allegedly, because of conspiracy theory. What I believe is happening is terminal karma. And the reason why I believe that terminal karma is happening is because the Western model, aka WS, is not globally sustainable in the long term. It never has been able to be. All of this stuff was on a ticking time bomb. And now we're getting to the T-10 part. 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Shout out to Tia2U. What's good with it, Tia? Okay. So now here it says on Thursday evening, Irish President Michael D. Higgins said that the stabbings should not be used by Ireland's quote-unquote far right to stir up trouble. So again, what I want you guys to pay very close attention to is how anytime anybody has any of these issues with immigration, right, they attribute it to quote-unquote far-right talking points. It's one of the reasons why I tell people be careful how they phrase issues that they may have that are going on with immigrants and how they affect Black people, because all of our talking points are not the same. They're not the same. And what those people will do is those people will attempt to take the similar talking points to get you to be on board with the nonsense that they're doing. Don't fall for it. That's one of the reasons why I showed you guys that video that Actual Justice Warrior did, where Actual Justice Warrior was acting like he cares so much. And then I said, now go look at the rest of his channel. Dude has a black bashing channel. You know what I'm saying? And remember, that's Tim Pool's right-hand man. So for everybody that rocks with Tim Pool, that's your man. Like DMX said, that's your man right there. You know what I'm saying? Real quick, ladies and gentlemen, shout out to everybody that's watching. We got 62 likes. If everybody can bang on that like button and get us up to 80, that would be great. So now here it says, all of our thoughts are with each of the children and their families affected by today's horrific attack outside of Glacecoil Choleste Muhir in Dublin city center. We are particularly thinking of the 5-year-old girl and the member of staff caring for her, who are both in serious condition in the hospital. All of our prayers are with each of them. So now they're saying the police deserve all of the support in dealing with the incident. Okay. This appalling incident is a matter for the Gardaí that it would be used or abused by groups with an agenda that attacks the principle of social inclusion is reprehensible and deserves condemnation by all those who believe in the rule of law and democracy. There's no such thing as rules of law and democracy. That's an imaginary concept that's used to control people. There is no rules of law and there is no democracy. Somebody controls everything. Facts. Shout out to my man Win Loser Rug. We absolutely need 100 likes. I got to keep having videos where I have damn near 200 likes and nowhere near 1,000 views. So people can look at that and ask the question, how does that work? You know what I'm saying? That's the only way to go. It must continue. You know what I'm saying? This is an old article, as you guys can see here, right? An old article. This article is over a year old. Is it relevant, though? That's the question. Is it relevant? We're going to find out. We're going to find out. Here's the best way for Britain to solve the migrant crisis. Give them work visas. That clearly didn't work, which is interesting, right? Because despite the fact that clearly didn't work, what are the places here in the United States doing to attempt to try to solve the migrant crisis? That's my question. What are they doing here to try to solve the migrant crisis? Are they doing something that sounds similar to that? Let me ask you guys this. I need you guys to tell me in the comment section every measure that the United States is doing that's going to, quote, that they claim is going to, quote unquote, improve the migrant crisis situation. What are they doing? Does this sound familiar? Is this a strategy that you guys have heard about? Is this a strategy that's been used? Is this a strategy that's being used? Where have you heard or seen a strategy that looks or sounds like this? That's my question for you guys. Have you seen anything that looks or sounds like this? Have you seen it? Have you seen it? Have you seen it? Seen it? Where you see this at? Oh, that's wild. Zentober said, Rob, your video has 11,000 likes and only 6 subs on the channel. YouTube keep playing mad games with your channel. Bro, listen, man, it's crazy how YouTube be doing my channel, bro. Shout out to my man Black Star Racer. You mean to improve the crisis for migrants? Right. Right, exactly. To improve the crisis for migrants. Now, here go my question. Where have you all seen methods like this suggested? Remember the last, I want to say maybe about a month ago, Undocumented Bros videos that we did where in New York, Eric Adams and Governor Kathy Hochul were talking about giving the Venezuelan migrants work permits, expediting work permits. You guys remember that? Because they definitely said it. They definitely said it. And shout out to Maggie. Yeah, also, guys, if you guys are not subscribed to my Twitch, or if you're not subscribed to my other social media, Facebook, what's the other one? Rumble. Twitter, Discord. Make sure that you guys take a moment and join those. And that's one of the reasons why I don't. That's one of the reasons why I don't keep replay videos up anymore. For the most part, I take them down. I put them on members only because YouTube doesn't share my content in the algorithm the way that it's supposed to anyway, which negatively affects my content and basically shows like nobody's watching it, which is ridiculous because clearly, you know what I'm saying, like people do, you know what I'm saying? But if they're just not gonna, if they're just not going to circulate it like they're supposed to, then I got enough members where it's more of a benefit for me and for the members to just put the videos on members only. You know what I'm saying? And only have videos running while I'm live. But you can always watch replay videos on Rumble or Kick or Facebook or Twitter or whatever. Those are always there. You know what I'm saying? So make sure you guys are subscribed to all my backup channels and all that. All my other social media. I want to know, I want you guys to tell me what politicians suggested things like giving migrants work visas here in the United States. Yeah, facts. Big facts, Zentober. Zentober says we have to boost the numbers artificially, which means sharing the content to all social media sites. Facts. Super facts. That's my question. And shout out to New York State of Mind. New York State of Mind says Ireland, UK, Scotland, Prime Minister, and Mayor are East Indians, which kind of tells you about one of the reasons why they politically move the way they do when it comes to the undocumented diaspora. Okay. So now here it says our plight is rich in absurdity. The UK needs new workers and people want to come here. The real problem is populist politics. Really? Now, have you ever heard anything that sounds like that before? If you've ever heard anything that sounds like that before, let me know and let me know where you heard it at. Oh, don't worry about it. No, don't even trip. Loca, she'll be all right. She'll be back. She'll be watching. She probably still in here right now. She ain't going nowhere. She'll be all right. You know what I'm saying? She probably had to go do some work for OnlyFans real quick. She'll be back. Some people, all they know how to do is talk shit. That's all they know how to do. They don't know how to do shit else. Don't know how to wash dishes. Don't know how to take the trash out. Don't know how to vacuum clean the floor. Don't know how to iron the clothes. You know what I'm saying? That's all they know how to do is talk shit. You know what I'm saying? So, you know, let them put the skill to use. Sometimes shit talking helps with the engagement. So you put the skill to use. You know what I'm saying? You're going to work the comment section for me and I'm not paying you anything. Go right ahead. You know what I'm saying? Because I'm a capitalist, damn it. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. And shout out to NY State of Mind for dropping those. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Go ahead and get disrespectful right back with her. She'll be all right. You know what I'm saying? Practice your roasts. You know what I'm saying? I ain't mad at it when lose a rug. I'm not mad at it. Schumer, Hochul, Adams, and Johnson. They all have suggested policies like this to deal with the migrant crisis here in the United States. Now, clearly, these policies and practices, they are not working effectively or efficiently with the migrant crisis in the UK or in Europe. So now the question that we got to ask is, how do people think that they're going to work here? All it does is strengthen, man, bro, you ain't never lied. Facts, Mr. King. All it does is strengthen the grift. I'm gonna make this a little bit bigger. Can you guys see the words here? Is this big enough? Can you guys able to see this? This is annoying. Hold on real quick. I'm already like, this is irritating. I can't say. See, like sometimes you would just damn mess around and log you out. I don't know why they messed around and logged me out. I'm finna log back in real quick. They want you to. Let me just shut up. Content creator problems. Content creator problems. You know what I'm saying? Y'all got me dying laughing. All right, hold on. I'm gonna make this a little bit there. All right. So if you guys can read the writing, pretty good. If you guys can see it on the screen, okay, give me a thumbs up. If you guys can't see it on the screen, then give me a thumbs down. I want to make sure that you guys are able to see this and follow along. Okay, so now here it says there is an unmarked warehouse outside Hull Station that should be a museum. It is where hundreds of thousands, possibly millions of them folks fleeing Eastern Europe's pogroms at the end of the 19th century were isolated before crossing to Liverpool for ships to America. All right, so look, check this out. It's just an ongoing cycle. It's an ongoing cycle. Shout out to TD Hip Hop Media. Shout out to 369 Dimension. What's good with y'all? There's nothing new in the squalor of migration. It is about desperate people and increasingly desperate politicians. Now, what about the people who are citizens of the places where these migrants are coming to? You know what I'm saying? What about that? Britain's latest immigration obsession is about both. For politicians, the root of the desperation is an electoral lie that Brexit would enable the government to, quote unquote, take back control and slash the numbers coming in. This week, in a parody of such control, the Home Secretary, Suella Braverman, reportedly wants to deport illegal migrants, not just to Rwanda, but to Peru, Belize, Paraguay, and anywhere where she can land a plane. So she's deporting a lot of these illegal people to the areas where the undocumented bros are coming from to the United States. Now, remember, this is an old article. Okay? We're going back in time with this article. This article is over a year old. Okay? She already has donated 120 million pounds to Rwanda. You see that? In return for taking 400 refugees, not one of whom she has yet sent. It is wildly extravagant gesture politics. So she paid Rwanda 120 million pounds to take 400 refugees, and she hasn't sent them yet. So now let me ask you guys this question. All of these countries that are rejecting and deporting migrants and sending them back places, do you all believe that there's a possibility that those are the people that we're seeing as undocumented bros at the southern border? Because one thing that people don't really talk about very often is the diversity of the undocumented bros. Because the undocumented bros are a diverse bunch. Right? The statistics are glaring. Immigration into Britain has not fallen since Brexit, but risen. While among EU citizens in 2020, for instance, there was indeed a net immigration of 94,000, according to ONS estimates. Non-EU legal arrivals numbered up to 303,000 that year. Now, mind you, those are the legal ones. Those are the ones who are coming in legally. The question is, what about the illegal ones? they're not going to have accurate statistics on the illegal ones, right? They're not going to have accurate statistics on the illegal ones. The Home Office work and study visas issued in 2021 were up 36% on pre-C19 levels and now stand at over 1 million, the biggest number on record. So now what I want people to pay very close attention to is, do you guys notice how when it comes to the United States and all these European countries that that migration and immigration is at an all-time high? Shout out to Bobby. Is that Bobby Generic? Shout out to Bobby Generic. Bobby Generic says housing in the UK is sky high. Yeah. Let me ask you this, bro. They have a housing crisis in the UK right now, right? If I'm not mistaken. And they're doing the same thing in the UK that they're doing here. They're prioritizing migrants, whether legal or illegal, over citizens. So my question for you guys is, do you all feel that the people of the UK and the people of Ireland and the people of all these other places, do you guys feel that these people are okay with this? Or do you feel that they think that it's not being managed properly? So now here it says, thus, while white Europeans have been declining, the number of incomers from Asia and Africa has increased. Is that what the Leave lobby promised voters in 2016? So they are highly concerned about their white population. And if you guys pay very close attention to global politics, white people are the only people that global politics are ever concerned about. They're only concerned with other people as to how those people can be a benefit to the white people. The only time anybody has a problem with, black people remaining at XYZ population number is when people try to shame black people for abortions, or when people try to shame black people about crime. Nobody ever says anything as far as in terms of any benefit, right? Which is one of the reasons why we got to have those kind of conversations. We got to have those kind of conversations because they're not going to happen if we don't. You know what I'm saying? Bobby says they're not okay with it, but the powers that be use propaganda to keep most of the citizens confused. Now, here's the thing, right? There's some citizens that are confused, and then there's other citizens that are not confused, right? Which means that confusion is a factor of being alert, oriented, curious, and verifying information. So confusion, unless you have a medical problem, is a choice, right? So those people that are confused, quote unquote, what degree of confused do you guys think that they actually are? That's my question. That's my question. See, because if we are here, right, and we are not confused, that means that it's not impossible to not be confused. So there has to be something that is contributing to that confusion. It could be daily activities. It could be the kind of information they surround themselves in. All of these things are all choice-based placements of where you are in terms of information availability, right? So if you ask me, in many cases, people are confused or people don't know certain things by choice or by proxy. And even still with the proxy is the factor of a choice. Another thing that I think that could be happening, in addition to the confusion, is a change in demographics. Denise said she want me to make a shirt that says, "Now here's my question." I'll make it. I gotta think. I gotta make it. I gotta figure out how to make it look creative, though. You know what I'm saying? I gotta make it swaggy. You know what I'm saying? We can't have no lame shit out here. We can't have no lame shit out here. That shit gotta be swaggy. You know what I'm saying? So I'm gonna read this paragraph again. Thus, while white Europeans have been declining, the number of incomers from Asia and Africa has increased. Is that what the lobby promised voters in 2016? So the only people that so what I want you to pay very close attention to is this, right? And this is one of the reasons why I say people need to not really be too much into politics. People need to be more into extra political means to be able to force their will onto the politicians, not so much expecting politicians to be compliant with your wishes. Because as you guys can see, just like how it is here in the UK or in Europe, their politics are all based on what's good for white people. They say it right here in the article. It's not me saying it. I'm not making it. Now it goes from me saying this theoretically to what's being said in the article. And this is an article by Guardian. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? So I'm just curious as to what y'all think. Would you guys agree that that's what's going on? So if this right here isn't a motivation of, people needing to become involved in creating extra political means, I don't know what is. Politicians do not have your interest in mind first. Politicians only have using you as a pawn in mind. That is it. Nothing else. A workforce and being a pawn. Or to be blamed, a scapegoat. Being a scapegoat, being part of the workforce, or a pawn is the only thing that Western politics has in store for non-white people, with white people being first priority, everybody in between, and then black people at the bottom. Clearly. You know what I'm saying? So now, and shout out to Maggie, right? Maggie says, when it comes to the black community, the world has selective ears to struggle. When it comes to black talent, they want to say we did it too, so don't be selfish. Now, here goes my thing, right? And people probably are not going to like what I'm about to say. Is the world required to give a shit about us? If the world is required to give a shit about us, give me a thumbs up. If they're not, give me a thumbs down. I've adopted a principle of I really don't give a shit about other people. And I adopted that because I've come to realize that people don't give a shit about me. When you give a shit about people more than you give a shit about yourself, that's the definition of a simp. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to House of Coons. So the world has selective ears. The only reason why the world has selective ears is because anything that they can capitalize on, they're going to capitalize on. Now, who has not adopted to that reality yet? Is it us that hasn't adopted to that reality, or is it the world? If you ask me, there's a serious adaptation problem that we have, because for whatever reason, we still expect the world to act as if they have some sense of ethics and humanity. I don't know why people refuse to see reality, but this is a purposeful refusal. You know what I'm saying? Things that we know the rest of the world's not going to do or not even react to are not even things that we should even waste our breath discussing. Which is one of the reasons why, if you ever notice, when I talk about the content that I do, my content is never framed with, oh, this was done for these people and nothing was done for us, because nothing's going to get done for us because nobody likes us. Nobody likes us. And instead of bracing the fact that being hated can sometimes even be more powerful than being loved, people just want that love. You know what love does for you? Look at the divorce rates. That's what love does for you. Are the divorce rates up or are the divorce rates down? That's love right there. What's love got to do with it? Divorce. That's what love got to do with it. Shout out to Beach Material. What's good with it, bro? So people can embrace the hatred that we take, right? Shout out to Two Factor. And weaponize it. Or people can continue to ask the futile and time-wasting question, why won't these people treat us fair? Why won't these people do this? Master morality and slave morality. Shout out to my man, Keep It 100. Master morality and slave morality. With slave morality, people sit around and wonder why people don't care about them or not. With master morality, you master being the master of your own consequence. When you sit there and ask this question of why don't people do shit fair, or why don't people do this, or why don't people do that? Do you know that people have made significant scientific discoveries? Computers have been made, phones have been made, cell phones have been made. Complicated scientific discoveries and evolutions have occurred, all within the same time span of us asking why people act the way they act. What has that done? Is my question. What has trying to figure out the psychology of our other human counterparts done? What has it done? Besides wasted a lot of time and resources. Shout out to Ali 8100. What's good with it, bro? What has it done? Seriously, what has it done for you lately? Figure out why somebody is acting like a fool at your job. What has that done for you lately? Trying to figure out why a politician did something for this group of people versus something for the other group of people. What has it done for us lately? Nothing. Facts. Shout out to Deneen. Nothing. And it never will do anything. Because the first thing that people got to understand is that you have to control everything of your own. You have to control everything of your own. Once you control everything of your own, other people's influence on you is merely circumstantial. You know what I'm saying? So now I want to go back to Maggie's comment because she made a great comment. You know what I'm saying? Then she says, when it comes to black talent, they want to say we did it too. So don't be selfish. Now, first and foremost, I'm all about being selfish. I'll sit there and drink some water, and if you thirsty, I don't care. Because you know why? I'm thirsty all the time and ain't nobody handing me no water bottle. This kind of stuff happens as far as the talent thing goes with the barbecue, with the unauthorized barbecue invitations. That's self-induced. I don't share shit with other people unless it's people that I trust. I'm not sharing a damn thing. People can call me selfish all they want to. People do call me selfish all they want to. And guess what? I don't care. A lot of times people care about the type of critiques that they get. I don't care. My question is, when are people going to stop caring? Oh, let me share. Nah, don't share. Don't share shit. The hell? Here go another question. When it comes to black talent, why don't we utilize black talent more? If I had the means, right, which I'm trying to create the means eventually, you know what I'm saying, somehow, some way. It may not happen in this lifetime, but it is what it is. Why don't people utilize black talent? That's another choice. And here's the thing, we are allowed, Deneen. Just because somebody says something doesn't mean shit. You feel what I'm saying? I could tell you all kinds of nasty shit anybody ever said about me, and I'll just laugh and be like, it's true. I don't care, man. And my thing is that I encourage other people to not care. Because Deneen is right. What Deneen is saying here is that we're not allowed to focus on our own self-interest. What that means is that when we focus on shit, other people come in and say shit. Just because other people come in and say shit, that literally doesn't mean that anybody has to pay attention to that shit. When it comes to your self-interest, look, let me ask you guys this. If you were dying of thirst and you got a water bottle and somebody walked past and said, you're stingy the way you're drinking that water, would you listen to them, or would your priority be to rehydrate yourself? Which one would you guys do? If you were starving and you had maybe a tiny little bag of potato chips and somebody's like, you're being selfish with that bag of potato chips, are you going to split it in half and give it to somebody else, or are you going to eat it so that you can live? I don't entertain shit that doesn't make sense. You know what I'm saying? And the thing is if you ask me, a lot of times because of all of this, religion and morality and, people with their conscience, you know what I'm saying? They feel bad about shit that they shouldn't feel bad about. People can get confused about how to prioritize yourself. Yourself is the only person that you should be prioritizing. Facts. Rehydration. I'm eating. Super facts, Deneen. Big facts. So now here's the thing, right? If that's how it is, then that logic should be applied to everything. I don't care about some clown on Twitter tweeting, oh, look at this, look at that. If you don't have no evidence, I don't care. I ain't trying to hear it. More people should be like, I don't care. I don't try to hear it. And if I can make money off of you talking shit, I'm going to definitely make the money off of you talking shit. I'm going to grift it up. We're going to get some ducats. We're going to go on reacts. We're going to get some ducats. All other cultures, right? utilize some form of intellectual property protection, copyright system. You know what I'm saying? Memory, right? Because a lot of people don't write down recipes and different things like that. They pass them down verbally. There's nothing wrong with being exclusive when it comes to cultural things. There's nothing wrong with that. None of us have ever lynched anybody. None of us have ever had a slave. None of us have ever practiced Jim Crow. None of us have ever practiced racism. There's nothing wrong with being protective of your culture. You know what I'm saying? But the issue, though, is because, see, what people got to understand is that, like, there's a particular kind of people that is recruited by the people that pay the money. And the people that pay the money are going to pay the money to not only own the person, but own their idea. And you see this happening a lot in music or in Hollywood or something where there's intellectual property involved. Some black person to come up with something, somebody else owns the rights to it. How the hell they own the rights to it and you came up with it? That's also a choice. Because you should be consulting a lawyer if you don't understand these things. But you're so bedazzled by some stacks of money that you go for the first thing popping. You see this a lot in the hip-hop industry. The hip-hop industry has some of the smartest and some of the dumbest participants. Me personally, a lot of those hip-hop stories, I don't feel sorry for a lot of them cats. I don't feel sorry for nobody that's got more resources than me that's not doing shit. I don't feel bad. I don't feel bad for you. I don't care who you are. You know what I'm saying? And if you ask me, that's the attitude that more people should take, because it would bring the standards up that people have. We got to make it where people that we're interested in and people that we're invested in are moving according to our standards. In most situations, people are moving according to dominant society standards. You know what I'm saying? I'm selfish as hell with my food, man. I ain't sharing that shit with nobody, especially if it's some shit that I like. You might get like a little tiny piece. But now here go the question though. How do you get people to train their brains to be able to think properly? See, because the stuff that we be doing, a lot of it, that's what Dr. Claude Anderson said was inappropriate behavior. And he's right. A lot of that stuff is inappropriate behavior. It's not stuff that you would look at and see other people doing. You know what I'm saying? Facts. Shout out to my man Torian Rain. Speaking of the devil, Torian Rain said, Blacklight Revelations, notice how a certain group is losing their mind because we won't align ourselves with them on what's going on overseas. Then they proceed to propagandize us and expect us to. Facts. Now, I saw a tweet that one of them folks did, and one of them folks said, if it wasn't for us, we'd still be in chains. Which I thought was hilarious, because I was like, which chains? You talking about the ones on the plantations or the ones on the boats that your family sold to Europeans? But you can't say it like that, though, because if you say it like that, that's anti-Semitism. Because if you talk about them people's involvement in the slave trade, it's anti-Semitism. Because if you say anything negative about those people, you're anti-Semitic. The only people that you're allowed to say stuff about is us. Slavery wasn't that bad. Jim Crow didn't happen. You can literally completely discount our history to the point where we got American politicians doing it, and it's okay. You know what I'm saying? But you happen to mention a factual account of a Sombrerito slave owner or a Sombrerito slave ship manufacturer, you're anti-Semitic. No, you're a piece of shit for doing that. You're a piece of shit for involving yourself in that. And because you involved yourself and profiteered from it, the least your sorry excuse for a human being ass could do is stand with a motherfucker in the civil rights movement, seeing how you helped to create the situation. Fuck out of here. You know what I'm saying? And still exploiting motherfuckers to this day. Hip hop, Hollywood, going to Breakfast Club. I gotta eat somehow. Okay, so do we. You know what I'm saying? Oh, you can't be talking like that. Watch me. You know what I'm saying? Talking about you would still be in chains. We might still be on a boat too. Because y'all had the damn boats. Fuck out of here. You know what I'm saying? Go look up them. There's a reason why that particular country that quote unquote wants us to get involved with what they got going on. There's a reason why their mercenaries trained those farmers in South Africa. They supported the apartheid forever. You know what I'm saying? So you support the apartheid and you support civil rights movement. That's interesting. Two sides of an argument if I ever seen it. You know what I'm saying? Real quick, ladies and gentlemen, shout out to Queen Now. We got the first stream sponsor with the $20 super sticker. Make sure you guys show her some love and throw some radiation emoji in the chat for her. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to Torian. Torian says Juliana Margulies literally said we were brainwashed to hate them, the Sombrerito. No, they've done things. They've done things. You know what I'm saying? And I wouldn't say that there's a collective hate. They know what hate is. As much as they talk about their atrocity, if nobody else has done that atrocity, then they shouldn't form their mouths to mention anything about hate. If your feelings hurt that damn bad, instead of making all of the psychological diagnosis and being all of the psychologists, you might want to go see one yourself. You know what I'm saying? Because that's another thing they got the monopoly on is psychology, which there's a reason for that, because you have to understand human behavior in order to control humans. Go look at people like Sigmund Freud and all of the founding fathers of psychology. There's a reason. Control brains, control laws, control media, control politics. What else is there? You know what I'm saying? Shout out to Deneen. Deneen says, I'm doing some DEI work with a huge healthcare system. We included a link to an article about WS, and people were so triggered that they couldn't click the link. They're pathetic. But then they'll sit there and try to give us a speech about black on black crime. We sit there and listen to the nonsense, you know, disagree, agree, whatever, right? But we entertain it. These people are so sensitive, they can't even entertain it. Weak. And this is what I'm saying. Anytime I have critiques of how we do things, the reason I have critiques of how we do things is because of the instant turnaround that would happen if we just changed a few particular things that we have going on. Because by default, we're some of the strongest people on the planet. Channel that energy, get strategic, and focus on certain things. It will be nothing. to permanently solve a lot of the problems that we have. Nothing. As simple as blinking our eyes. It's just a matter of getting into the mind state to understand stuff that needs to be done. You know what I'm saying? So now here, look at this. It says these posturings have had little effect on reality at the border. Britain under Theresa May was supposedly a hostile environment for newcomers from outside the EU. First-time refugee asylum applications are mostly in Germany, France, and Italy, which took in many of the Syrian, Iraqi, and Libyan diasporas. The number of homeless refugees on the streets of Trieste is now 6,500. Dealing with these seemingly unstoppable surges is an administrative as much as humanitarian issue. All right, so now here's my question. Does this sound very similar to the rhetoric that's being used here in the United States? If it sounds similar to the rhetoric that's being used here in the United States, give me a thumbs up. If it doesn't, then give me a thumbs down. Compulsory deportation has long been a standard across Europe for quote-unquote economic migrants. Now, let me ask you guys this question. This is interesting. And you see how they got economic in quotation marks? What is an economic migrant? Right. Shout out to Win Lose a Rug. Win Lose a Rug said, damn, I looked away. I thought this was the US. Right. Right. So now we got to ask ourselves this question. Wait a minute. What is really going on with the southern border crisis, right? Because as we're reading this, if you look away, you will think it's the United States. But it's not. So then you got to ask yourself the question, it's not a problem that is isolated at the southern border. This is some shit that's going on all over the world. What is actually going on? That's the question. So now remember, this article is over a year old, right? And the situation has only gotten worse in the UK. In 2004, the Home Office deported 21,425 people. In the year to September 2021, just 2,380 people were forcibly returned to another country. The reason is Whitehall chaos. The vetting system has all but collapsed. What does that mean? So think about this. They had a vetting system. Their vetting system collapsed. Their vetting system collapsed. So now how is that going to look for us? Because we don't even have a vetting system. One of the biggest complaints is that a lot of these undocumented bros are not even getting vetted. We don't know who these people are. We don't know who any of these people are. That's one of the biggest issues that people have with this entire situation. So now, shout out to John Guillory. What's good with it, bro? So if we don't have a vetting system and they had one and theirs got worse, what's going to happen to the type of undocumented bro and the quality of undocumented bro that we bring in? What's going to happen? Shout out to Seduction Doll. What's good with it? That's the question. So now it says Afghans and Iranian doctors and care workers, builders and plumbers must sit for an average of 450 days in Kent holding centers or Bloomsbury hotels, for which taxpayers are paying up to £150 a day. only for an exhausted home office to tell 70% of them, 72% of them they can stay. Now, do you guys think that they're telling 72% of them they can stay because they're thoroughly looking at their backgrounds, or are they just rushing these people through because they don't even have the resources to vet the people? What do y'all think? And real quick, ladies and gentlemen, shout out to everybody that's watching. We got 78 likes. If everybody could bang on that like button and get us to 100, that'd be great. Where this department, a hospital or local council, it will put in special measures. Now, think about this. I want y'all to pay close attention to this. How many people at their job had to pass some type of background check? You got to show, as a United States citizen, more background to get a job than you do to come from some unknown location and become accepted into the country. So if you want to go up the street and work at the gas station, you got to have more information and provide more information to the gas station than they got to provide the United States government to come here and live. But remember, we're not talking about the United States. We're talking about the UK and other countries that were involved in the EU. So now here it says, this makes all the more absurd, tragic antics in the channel. Even if a probable 25,000 people made the perilous trip this year, this would be a tiny percentage of the number of work visas granted. The trouble is that a sea of crossings are available and politically potent for cynical politicians. It's easier to call landings on beaches and wandering throughout Kent villages invasions than crowds in Heathrow's Terminal 3. These are, now here's the thing, right? These are invasions. These are invasions. The ironies are thus glaring. A growth-oriented Britain needs new workers. So what I want you guys to pay very close attention to is that they're using the same talking points. I want to ask you guys this question. What international think tank do you all think came up with this, where it has the British pro-illegal immigration politicians sounding the exact same as the Democrats here in the United States? You know what I'm saying? Look at this. It has shut out Europeans, but sheer force of demanding is attracting others from the outside world, a world bursting with supply. A responsible politician should welcome these people while guarding the British public from the appearance that public services will suffer as a result. They're not even guarding us from that appearance here in the United States. You got Eric Adams that'll come right out and be like, hey, listen, man, y'all ain't getting 15% of y'all shit. I'm cutting the tax. New York City. You know what I'm saying? As it is, we have a home secretary ready to capitalize on the publicity along the Kent coast rather than calm the rhetoric and sort out her department. Aversion to immigration reflects the xenophobia that lurks behind much of Britain's new identity politics. Now, that's interesting, right? So what they're doing in Britain is the same tactic that they're doing here in the United States. Anybody that has an issue with this influx of illegal migrants, they're calling them a xenophobe. Okay? It must not be exaggerated. Research suggests that this aversion is not deep-seated. In his Substack survey, the academic Matthew Goodwin pointed to a recent welcome for Afghans, Hong Kongers, and Ukrainians. iPost Mori notes a buyer's remorse among Leaver voters. Those ready to see immigration rise have tripled since Brexit, from 9% to 31%, while those wanting less immigration have fallen from 81% to 64%. That's still a high, that's 64% is still a large amount of the population. So now let me ask you guys this question. And this is the question that I've been asking. Worldwide, when it comes to Western countries, the populations have an issue with illegal immigration. Worldwide. But as you guys can see, the politicians are doing something different, and they're doing something different all over the world. Like the title says, it's bigger than Chicago and New York. Right, facts, Hurricane IQ. That's my point. Not only is it a majority, though, it's still a huge majority. It's far higher than the amount of people that don't support it, or that do support it. And they're following suit on the people that don't support it. So what this shows is that numbers in these particular situations don't matter, and politicians don't matter, because politicians are going to do what the politicians want to do. They clearly are ignoring their constituency globally, worldwide. And I agree, Zentobra, 100%. Zentobra said, it may seem Robb is being harsh, but he expects more out of us than we are showing. People like Umar don't expect much out of black people. Facts. I know that we're capable of doing all this shit because I see it. You can't sit there and say that when we play golf and we're the best, go into MMA, we're the best, go into tennis, we're the best, gymnastics, we're the best, baseball, we're the best, music, we're the best. You can't sit there and tell me that we're not capable of shit. You can't sit there and push that pro-black Umar Johnson bullshit of we're ill-minded. Get the fuck out of here. We exceed expectations in all situations. Not only do we exceed expectations in all situations, we exceed expectations with significant barriers. Significant barriers that other people don't even have. I'm telling people to do like Scarface. Push it to the limit. You know what I'm saying? That's why I don't do that. Oh, you too ill-minded. We can't do this. We can't do that. As far as I'm concerned, anybody that says that kind of shit, you're literally saying the exact same thing that WS people are saying. There's nothing wrong with us. There's nothing wrong with everybody's brains. There's black people that are educated and professional and college educated and functionally working and being competitive with everybody else. Now I'm talking about Scarface, the movie that Rick Ross stole that shit from. He sampled the soundtrack of the Scarface movie. Rick Ross did. You know what I'm saying? With that Push It to the Limit remix. That actually came from like an old classic rock song. You know what I'm saying? Just like Cameron, how he stole Roxanne. You know what I'm saying? From Sting and the Police. Or even who was the other one? Twista and that Ozzy Osbourne shit that he stole. You know what I'm saying? I think it was Lil Jon and Twister. Facts, Pam. Exactly. Know your worth. And that's all I'm saying. Not only just know your worth, know your capability. Know your capability. You know what I'm saying? And so the reason why I say that people don't really want what they want is because people like Michael Jordan wanted to be a legend in the NBA. Guess what? He did it. People like LeBron James wanted to break records. Guess what? He did it. Every one of us that wants to do something does it, because nothing can stop us, because we are the strongest force that nature ever created. Muhammad Ali wanted to be the best. Mike Tyson wanted to be the best. Evander Holyfield wanted to be the best. Look at the Olympics. If you see how just like superhuman ridiculous we are, you almost kind of sympathize with these people for having to gang up on us. You know what I'm saying? It's like, I mean, okay, I get it. I understand you bringing a gun to a knife fight because, I mean, you ain't really bringing your, you know what I'm saying? Even if you do bring the gun to the knife fight, you're still probably going to get your ass whooped. You know what I'm saying? But I get it, though. I mean, because we just that, you know what I'm saying? Like, we just that much of the shit. I understand you having to set up a whole global ass system to try to do whatever for yourself, I guess, because, I mean, we are just that badass. You know what I'm saying? I get it. You know what I'm saying? I would cheat too. Shit. If I was you, but I'm not. You know what I'm saying? You know what I mean? So now here it says, there is an opportunity here for sanity. The Home Office would save itself money and trouble by giving every applicant to its Paris consulate as a temporary work visa on the spot. The Strait of Dover would be empty. All right. So as you guys can see, there's all these problems going on here in the UK. And like it says here, this article here is 1 year old. So is that damn old? Now, look at this. I want to show y'all this. There's this UK publication, and this UK publication is called the Evening Standard. All right. But before we get into that, I want to show y'all this article from Political. Okay. And real quick, ladies and gentlemen, shout out to everybody that's watching. We got 64 people watching. If everybody can take a moment and smash that like button, hit the like button. If you guys haven't subscribed to the channel, hit the bell and subscribe to the channel. Also, if you're not a part of the Discord, the most important thing, please join the Discord. If y'all join the Discord, I promise you I will Suge Knight win, lose, or rug into making financial videos for y'all. I promise. I promise you that. I promise you that. You know what I'm saying? We're going to Suge Knight win, lose, or rug into making financial videos for y'all so that everybody is out here balling. Okay? That's what we're gonna do. If y'all join the Discord, we're gonna Suge Knight win, lose, or rug into putting out them charts. You know what I'm saying? Consistently. You know what I'm saying? So now see this? This is not a article from a year ago. Actually, it is. I lied. I thought this was an article from the current article, but this is an article from a year ago. This is from November 2nd of 2022. Now, it's the Evening Standard article that's from this year. Okay? Check this out right here. And we're still going to get into that Political article because that's important, because this will probably be the longest undocumented bros of the series, because this is episode 1, so we got to set the stage. You see what I'm saying? You know how when they make the TV shows, like the first episode, it could be like an hour long, it could be an hour and a half, could be movie length, or a lot of shows come from a movie and the movie is like 2.5 hours. You know what I'm saying? So this is gonna be the longest one. This is like the pilot. We gotta set the stage, and then from there we can talk about the new developments and shit. You feel me? And again, that's just because your boy is OCD like that. You know what I'm saying? I know, right? Be better. Somebody hold me accountable. You know what I'm saying? So this is an article here from Evening Standard, and it's from 2 days ago. All right. And it says there's an uncomfortable truth about immigration, but neither Keir Starmer nor Rishi Sunak dare say it. Now that's interesting. What is the uncomfortable truth about immigration? Now, you guys, look at this. Now you see the boat? See, we got the people coming through the desert down there. They got them coming off of boats. They got a lot of boats. See, it say border force on there. Look at all them undocumented bros. Those the boat bros. Look at the boat bros. All right, shout out to IQ, Hurricane IQ falling into oblivion. Until next time, it's all good, bro. How many people knew about the boat bros? If you knew about the boat bros, give me a thumbs up. If y'all didn't know about the boat bros, give me a thumbs down. Here go the boat bros. So now let me ask you guys a question. Do you all think that the boat bros end up at the southern border? Some of them do. And if you do think that the boat bros end up at the southern border, how do they end up at the southern border? How do the boat bros end up at the southern border? Oh, the Discord link is saying that it's invalid. Hold on real quick. See, I always use the ones that don't expire, so it shouldn't expire. But hold on, I got you. All right, so I'm about, if the mods could just, you know, kind of like put this Discord link in every now and then, I'd appreciate it. But here goes the new Discord link. Let me know if this one works. So do these boat bros end up at the southern border? That's my question. And shout out to Crew Royalty. He just came into the Discord. I'm telling y'all, man, make sure y'all come into the Discord. The boat bros is crazy. Facts. Look at them. The boat bros is crazy. They all got the red Afghans on. They got the life coat, life jackets, life vests ready just in case the boat, you know what I'm saying, overturns. They ready out here. Now remember, right? This article, this is the recent article, and that last one, the one from Politico, that was the one from a year ago, right? All you got to do, just make an account, Deneen, and come in there, and everybody in there will help you out. And then you'll be addicted. Exactly. Win, lose a rug, not one woman. Facts. There go the boat bros right there. Now, remember, this article here was from a year ago. Boat bros. They got this little tiny boat. Could you imagine if it start raining? It's done. It's a wrap. Hurricane blow up. It's done. It's over with. You crazy as hell. You, wherever you're going, you're trying to get there like your life depends on it. That's like riding through there on a 2x4 or something like that with a damn life jacket on. You know what I'm saying? They don't it's not any families in this either. And here go the question. If you a boat bro, how you gonna, like, what about your family? Like, somebody make this make sense. I'm gonna blow the words up a little bit more so y'all can see it a little bit better. So now here says cheerful news. Andrew Bailey, the Bank of England governor, thinks the economic outlook for the year ahead is worst I have ever seen. a challenge of such severity that it should be the main preoccupation of both the government and its possible labor heirs. Instead, fizzling anxiety at Westminster has been unleashed by the release of last year's immigration figures, showing a surge to some 750,000 people with the audacity to view the United Kingdom as an attractive place to live. Okay? So the immigration numbers in the UK are up as well. What's causing these numbers, y'all? Because and remember, I kept asking that question about the southern border. I kept saying, like, the numbers are going to increase until they figure out the root cause, and they're attempting to distract people by using these fix-a-flat tactics and not dealing with the root cause. So I'm going to ask you guys, what is your best guess of what the root cause for all of this undocumented bros problem is? Because it's got to be something. It would be a different story if it was just going on in Mexico. It'd be a different story if it was just going on in Latin America. But clearly it's not. It's going on all over the world. What's going on? You know what I'm saying? So now here it says, no doubt, immigration is sorely testing the old consensus of open doors across Europe, from the far-right Geert Wilders win in the Netherlands to Germany's center-left-led coalition anxiously pledging to speed up removals of failed asylum seekers and hardening border controls. Now, do you see what they're doing all over the rest of the world? The rest of the world is trying to lock down immigration. They're like, no, we're putting a stop to this shit. Right? And I gotta agree with Cruel Royalty. The root cause is Western imperialism, aka WS, right? WSG, WS Global, right? Plundering resources from melanated people globally. Facts. And also, I agree with Nile Queen. Nile Queen says the United States interfering in these foreign countries' governmental affairs. Super facts. Derangement of internal politics, like Professor Black Truth says, you know what I'm saying, on steroids. This is the result. This is one of the reasons why I said the WS, the Western world order, is not sustainable. And what we're seeing now is we're seeing nuts and bolts starting to come off of the machine. It's starting to break down. It's going to break down. It's not sustainable. And because it's not sustainable, they want to try to salvage it somehow. So what they're going to do in order to salvage it is they're going to slowly continue to allow the breakages to occur. And while the breakages are occurring, they're taking the pieces off of the breakages and forming a new system, right? They're forming a new system that adopts a new form of government, a new form of economics. You know what I'm saying? While acting as if this wasn't manufactured this way. When all of this falls, it's not going to be a new world order. It's not going to be a new world order. There's going to be what's called a corporate reorganization, but there's not going to be a new world order. Don't get it twisted. The same people who had the power and the money then are going to have the power, and when they had the power and the money now, they're going to have the power and the money in the future. We're still going to be dealing with the same nonsense. It's just going to look slightly different. The fall of the United States is not an escape from WS. Because WS planned the fall of the United States at the higher corporate levels, not at the middle management and line level. You know what I'm saying? So, you know, to the people that are like, you know, like, yes, you know what I'm saying? Like, the United States is finished. It's over with. It's not over with if you're black. It's never over with if you're black. Unless we deal with WS. Then it's over with. And the self-implosion that was pre-planned of this particular strategy, it already has contingencies in place to transition power. Which means that what's going on is not chaotic, it's ordered. You know what I'm saying? So now here it says, but the response to the 2022 annual figure of 745,000 net migration has been a spasm of exaggerated horror among Tories facing an electoral Bush-Tucker trial election next year, with a fundamental self-inflicted flaw to confront and Nigel Farage about to return to the barricades. Controlled immigration is a reasonable pledge for leaders to make, but hard targets on minimizing numbers while needing to sustain labor intensive service industries and an NSH and care system reliant on ready streams of workers are a recipe for repeated failure. So this is interesting, right? Because in this article here, it's saying what's going on is unsustainable. And like we've said, this is unsustainable. You know what I'm saying? But the response to the 2020, I'm sorry, I already read that. Controlled immigration. I already read that one too. My bad. Just keep skipping around. Okay, here we go. One of the things London has on its side is the fact that a lot of people born a long way away want to be here. I don't think that that's something that they're looking at as a positive. That's not something that people are happy with. They want to maintain London for themselves, the same way people here in the United States want to maintain some of the stuff that we have here in the United States for themselves. You know what I'm saying? London is a particular magnet. 2/5 of us were born outside of the UK, and also a place that proves the point immigration hardliners would most like to avoid. The economic bounce back of the capital since C19 is in great part because the city sucks in people strongly motivated to work. Now, again, I guarantee you that they're using certain statistics to back that up, and they're not looking at the totality of the situation. Things bounce back after C19 because businesses were open. Everything was shut down during C19. So, of course, like after C19, of course, everything is going to look better. So you can't isolate that and attribute an improvement in the economy simply to migration. You have to look at other factors. You know what I'm saying? I want to ask you guys this question. After the C19 lockdowns, what is it that you all think contributed to the improvement of economics globally and here in the United States? Let me know what you guys think in the comment section. What do you guys think? There had to be something.
And on net migration, your immigration minister, Robb has been saying that he wanted to bring in a plan for cutting net migration last Christmas. Did you prevent him from doing so? And also, do you agree with his strong arguments for bringing in caps?
So the levels of legal migration into this country are simply too high. And I've inherited these very large numbers, and I'm determined to do what is necessary to bring them back down to sustainable levels. It's welcome and
now here goes my question, right? What would you all consider a sustainable amount of migrants or, you know, immigrants to the United States? Now, here's the thing, right? As a result of the allowing of undocumented people to come here, I think that that's probably going to decrease the sustainable number of legal immigrants to be able to come here, right? So what we have going on here in the United States is the undocumented bros issue is going to put caps and cause issues with the legal people who want to come here legally and utilize the process, which is also a problem. Right? Would you guys agree? And shout out to Tia. We got 87 likes. We need 13 to get to 100. If everybody could take a moment, smash that like button, hit the bell, share the stream to your social media, subscribe to my backup channels. We get to that 100. Also, if you guys aren't in the Discord, make sure you guys take a moment and join. But it's a precarious weighing of public opinion, which relies on balancing pledges to deter illegal migration and a defense of many merits of the legal variety. If the Rwanda plan approach is draconian, which here's my question: how many people know what the Rwanda plan is? What's the Rwanda plan? If you know what the Rwanda plan is, give me a thumbs up. If you guys don't know what the Rwanda plan is, give me a thumbs down. We're going to definitely talk about this. We're going to definitely talk about this. What's the Rwanda? What's the Rwanda plan? Now, the Rwanda is involved with the undocumented bro issue. The global undocumented bro issue at that. So we're going to definitely talk about that, but we're going to go into detail about that in another stream. You know what I'm saying? So now here it says, if the Rwanda plan approach is draconian, the question of repeat incursions of small boats does need an answer that cannot simply be dismissed by saying the problem only annoys the kind of people urban liberals do not much like to listen to. Badly run asylum systems invariably cause anger and need redress if they are not to turn into more toxic moods. Now, this is interesting, right? Because again, this is going on globally, right? So there's a whole set of data that can be drawn upon to look at to deal with these immigration problems here in the United States. But for some reason, everywhere all over the world that's dealing with these issues seems to just not be able to get it under control. It seems like they just can't get it under control. So now my question is, why, with all this available information, can they not figure out a plan to effectively deal with this? Because here in the United States, it's not getting effectively dealt with. In the UK, it's not getting effectively dealt with. Other countries in the EU are not effectively dealing with it. What is going on? You mean to tell me that you can come up with a ballistic missile, but you can't come up with a method to deal with this? That's the question. So now here it says, this is not to be confused with the benefits of keeping the doors open to people who benefit the economy. Isn't that the same rhetoric that's being used here in the United States? That these people, quote unquote, benefit the economy? That's the same rhetoric being used here in the United States. These people are here to work. Here to work what? We got a whole homeless epidemic all over the United States. Those people need to work. Those people need to work. So then the question then becomes, well, what is this? Shout out to Brooklyn Queen. What's good with it? Indeed, the public seems to have gotten this message ahead of the government and an opposition happy to deflect the question, denting the PM's teetering authority. The recent social attitude survey points to a paradox. Britain has some of the most positive attitudes to immigration among its international peers. That is a reading that has changed for the better since the EU referendum, and the likeliest conclusion is that people are keen on clear rules and implementation about who comes into the country, but tolerant towards those who come legally. Right. So then you have to ask yourself the question, why is it that then when it comes to people talking about this stuff, do they try to conflate people having an issue with immigration to xenophobia, with illegal immigration to xenophobia? Right? The political response, however, has been to promise restrictions on immigration which do not benefit modern, changeable economies. The linkage between growth and immigration remains strong. Now, that's interesting. The linkage between growth and immigration remains strong. Let me ask you guys a question. How would they come up with that? What do they mean? The link between growth and immigration remains strong. Growth where? Growth of what kind? See, when you start asking questions, a lot of these stuff or a lot of these things, they do not have answers that make a lot of sense. And it says, and yes, public services need to keep at pace in order to adapt to larger numbers of people using them or in different concentrations to previously. But what we're seeing all over the world, right? In New York, in Chicago, across the pond, Undocumented Bros Global, public services are not able to keep pace and adapt to larger number of people. They're cutting the budget all over the place, asking the government, the federal government, for more money because they can't sustain. But Western countries with low immigration are also, but Western countries with low immigration are very often those lacking in veer and attractiveness. I don't know what that means. It is one thing to promise better education and skills for the UK-born workforce and more business investment, the chancellor's repeat prescription, but these outcomes are not quick or cheap to deliver. The future of jobs in powerhouses like London will be a mixture adapting to the technological changes and the need to sustain healthy flows of human capital. Now, that's interesting. What is human capital? Is human capital the same thing as a quote unquote human resource? That's my question for you guys. Is human capital the same as a human resource? And let me ask you guys this. Who are human capital? It has become something of an omerta for the political class, but one of the things London has on its side is its resilience to economic setbacks and the fact that a lot of motivated people are born a very long way from the sound of bow bells that want to be here. It has become something of a curse for the political class to say so, but it is more of an asset than a headache. Now, that's interesting, right? So all of these brain surgeons, all of these computer programmers, all of these doctors, all of these lawyers, all of these people, only the ones that have skills are coming to these different countries. Wait a minute, though. If they got skills, why are they not putting their skills to work in the countries where they're from? If I was a doctor or if I was a lawyer, I'm not about to move to no damn London to work. I'm making good money where I'm at. If I'm a computer engineer or programmer or software engineer, I'm not about to move. I might move to Canada or Mexico, and that's just because those are local to the United States. I'm not going nowhere besides that, though. Who would? Most people ain't even moving out of state to find a new job. You know what I'm saying? Most people do not. And now that you can use video conferencing, you know what I'm saying? You got technology like Zoom, work from home. You don't even need to leave to go get a job. You don't need to leave your physical location to get a job. We went through a whole entire year where kids didn't leave their physical location to go to school. And half of the United States workforce didn't leave the house because they did all their work from home. So if you can do most of your work from home, what is the point? What are we saying here? They can't do teleconferences where they at? Everywhere, it don't matter how bad of a third world country you stay in, they got internet. So you can't use Skype. And I gotta agree with Bobby. Facts. That's exactly what they're implying, and they're trying to be politically correct about it. Human capital equals endless cheap labor that they can exploit. Facts. If you guys agree with that, give me a thumbs up. If y'all disagree, give me a thumbs down. So now here it says, even counting the statistics, which have troubled the alarmists as a one-off peak, immigration will need to remain at a sturdy level to boost the staggering fortunes of the UK. The bank's governor has just highlighted. That is fine. It's just getting harder to find a politician with the nerve to say so. So this is a pro-immigration opinion here. And that's fine. Because again, I don't think that most people have the issue with immigration in total. I think the thing that most people have an issue with is the aspect of illegal immigration. Illegal immigration. They're trying to make it where people are making the error of these things being the same thing. You know what I mean? And they're not. And that's one of the reasons why we've got to continue to keep drilling that into people's heads. We got to keep drilling that into people's heads because they'll try to turn this into a xenophobia issue. All right. So now there's the we went over this on Reacts. All right. So shout out to people that are subscribed to Reacts. If you're not subscribed to Reacts, you should really subscribe to that channel. It's a more lighthearted, comedic reaction channel that me, Grind and Motivate, TD Hip Hop Media, and We Lit run. But we still talk about stuff like this. We still talk about social issues. So I think that you guys would like it. But the reason why I asked if anybody had saw Reacts is because we reacted to this video right here by this YouTuber right here. All right. Now, this is how big YouTube is. This YouTuber here, some dude from the UK. This dude got close to 1 million subscribers, right? But I found this interesting because I want you guys to pay very close attention to how similar the news in the UK sounds to the news in the United States in regards to the migrant crisis. Okay. How many people have heard of this fella right here? If you guys have ever seen any of his videos, been suggested any of his comments, give me a thumbs up. If you guys have not ever seen him, give me a thumbs down. All right. So we're going to check this out real quick.
By people smuggling gangs that uses young, drunk, white girls as twisted bait to entice North African men to come to Britain.
So now, did y'all hear that? I want to make sure everybody heard that. If you guys heard that, give me a thumbs up. If y'all didn't hear that, give me a thumbs down. I'm going to run it back again, and I'm going to let it play.
Footage used by people smuggling gangs that uses young, drunk, white girls as twisted bait to entice North African men to come to Britain.
Extraordinary footage has emerged on the social media site TikTok, in which an asylum seeker chronicles his perilous journey across the Channel to the UK, or documents his train journeys through France.
Okay, so now you see how they got the channel, the quote-unquote channel. Do you guys hear her mention the channel? Now, the shout out to DeAndre, right, exactly, hilarious, right? Now, the quote-unquote channel is something that you guys will be hearing a lot about in the Undocumented Bros series. You'll be hearing a lot about the channel. And the reason why you'll be hearing a lot about the channel is because the channel is very similar to what the southern border is when it comes to the United States. Okay.
Footage used by people smuggling gangs that uses young, drunk, white girls as twisted bait to entice North African men to come to Britain.
Extraordinary footage has emerged on the social media site TikTok, in which an asylum seeker chronicles his perilous journey across the Channel to the UK, or documents his train journeys through France before making his way with other migrants to the coast.
Oh, I love you, mother words can say.
Yo, my beautiful people, it's your boy Genshin, the one and only, and guys, we are back. Today we are going to check out the migrant crisis is now a threat to UK women. Traffickers using Brit girls as bait for migrants.
All right, so what I want you guys to pay very close attention to, right? The words at the bottom. The migrant crisis. They got a migrant crisis in the UK. Okay? Why are all of these places having these damn migrant crises? Now, let me ask you guys this question. When people are talking about this, like the national news, ABC, CBS, NBC, you would think that they'd link this stuff all together so people can kind of see what's going on in other places in the world and how people are dealing with this, right? Tia said his shirt says, yo, I'm done. Hey, I'm not mad at this dude, man. He doing his thing. He got close to 1 million subscribers. Keep it up, bro. You know what I'm saying? Keep it up. You know what I'm saying? If I could do some shit like that and have 1 million subscribers, trust me, I would. You know what I'm saying? Trust me, I would. You know what I mean? And I don't know. Look, check this out, man. I don't know what's going on, but I'm like, my content must be pissing people off. Because since the beginning of this stream, I've lost 2 subscribers. So I just want to give a shout out to the 2 people that unsubscribed from the channel. Motherfuckers actually be unsubscribing. You know what I'm saying? Don't know why. Don't know what I did to upset you. But it is what it is.
Right. To UK women. Traffickers using Brit girls as bait for migrants. Yo, the title of this video, I think it says it all. All right, I'm going to watch this video. We are going to watch it together and check it out. But I think the title is kind of self-explanatory. Well, let's see what GB News have got to say. Okay, but before that, guys, smash like, subscribe. Give me some.
Right. Facts. The Grifty One Grifty show. Facts. Shameless plug. Grifty One Grifty. Big facts. Hey, I appreciate it. Beach material.
Love. We are on the way to 1 million subscribers. Oh my days. Okay, let's go. Okay, I'm gonna select first.
The Channel migrant crisis is.
Give me that angry face, DeAndre. Raise the hand high. raise it high up in the air like a jumping jack, and then slam it down on the keyboard. You know what I'm saying? Or slam it down on your phone. Unsubscribe. Oh man, unsubscribe is hilarious, bro. It is hilarious. That's some of the funniest shit ever, man.
Let's go. Okay, I'm gonna select first.
The channel migrant crisis is a threat to women in Britain.
Okay.
GB News has uncovered video footage used by people smuggling gangs that uses young, drunk, white girls as twisted bait to entice North African men to come to Britain. A cursory glance of Google reveals numerous cases of convicted rapists trying to cross the channel, or people who've been accused of...
Now that's interesting, right? Because the thing is that that's what is going on, right? You see this channel crisis? That is what a lot of people are finding out about a lot of people at the southern border. And this is why I'm saying take note and pay attention to this term, quote unquote, the channel. Because we're going to be, as we get deeper into the undocumented bros, we're going to be talking more and more and more about the channel. And then you guys will see the connection between the channel and the southern border. Shout out to Brooklyn Queen. Brooklyn Queen said Rob doesn't have a British accent. Subscribe. You know, so you remember Cobra Commander would be like, unsubscribe.
is a threat to women in Britain.
Okay.
GB News has uncovered video footage used by people smuggling gangs that uses young, drunk, white girls as twisted bait to entice North African men to come to Britain. A cursory glance of Google reveals numerous cases of convicted rapists trying to cross the channel, or people who've been accused of sexual offences since arriving. Now, it appears that human traffickers are essentially telling channel migrants that if they come to Britain, there'll be a ready supply of young, intoxicated women for them to just have their way with. We've got a snapshot.
So listen, check this, right? The undocumented bros is out here doing, according to this news report, what people have accused the passport bros of doing. The undocumented bros out here getting it in. You know what I'm saying? They out here getting it in. This shit is crazy.
Wait, is this real? So basically, like the way countries advertise tourism, like travel to this country, have a good time, tour it, the landscapes, the castles, the beauty of this country. This one is saying, come to this country, you're going to have girls, young, drunk girls, and you do whatever you want. Satisfaction guaranteed. Happy ending, happier than the word happy.
Shot of one of these promotional clips for you now. We'll be playing a lot.
Look, man, hey, I gotta change my YouTube content strategy, man, because my dude right here is doing this, and he got close to 1 million subs. He doing this, and he got close to 1 million subs. I'm not mad at it.
A lot more of this throughout the course of the show. But these videos have been used by several accounts on Instagram with hundreds of thousands of followers. The latest channel migrant figures from yesterday appear to indicate as well that around 87% of those who crossed between January and June this year are men. Some of the images we were showing you there, of course, were also from...
Okay, so now, again, that's another important part, right? Did y'all hear about the percentages? Remember when Loser Rugg had said not a woman in sight on the boat? That's being verified by this news report. Exactly, DeAndre. Wait, what's going on over there? Exactly. His face serious as hell, ain't it? He concentrating.
Of those who crossed between January and...
Hold on real quick. I want y'all to pay attention to the number, because he's going to talk about the number of men, the percentage of men coming over. Because they keep giving us this family narrative here in the United States, but we're not really seeing all of these families. It's a lot of men. What happened to the families?
Clips for you now. We'll be playing a lot more of this throughout the course of the show. But these videos have been used by several accounts on Instagram with hundreds of thousands of followers. The latest channel migrant figures from yesterday appear to indicate as well that around 87% of those who crossed between January and June this year are men. Some of the images we were showing you there, of course, were also from across Europe generally. But it should be blindingly obvious that allowing tens of thousands of sexually repressed men from countries where
wait. Allowing sexually repressed men. So they come here to be like, oh, I need to release the pressure on my chest. Or, you know, where?
there, of course, were also from across Europe generally. But it should be blindingly obvious that allowing tens of thousands of sexually repressed men from countries where women are treated as property or second-class citizens and the age of consent is somewhat of a grey area will put British women and girls at risk. But apparently that needs spelling out to people. Human trafficking gangs are...
Right. And that's exactly, look, that's exactly what I'm saying. Those migrants coming over in fresh clothes to have been crossing dismal forests and stuff, bro. They come over on these little boats to the UK and they come dry though. So you mean to tell me that y'all didn't get stuck in a rainstorm? You know what I'm saying? It's not no harsh conditions in the ocean that might have caused like the boat to get water in it or anything. Like, look at this. and right, exactly. How he know? But look at these undocumented bros though. They kicking it on that boat. Look at this. It's just like how they was coming through on the train down there in Mexico, kicking it on the damn boat. They like, yeah, World Star, you know what I'm saying? Smack DVD, we out here, Atlantic Ocean, boat top bitches. You know what I'm saying? We about to hit the coast. Yay. For real, like what the fuck? Like what?
Citizens and the age of consent is somewhat of a grey area will put British women and girls at risk. But apparently that needs spelling out to people. Human trafficking gangs are using young, intoxicated British women as bait. I can remember a fair few years ago.
Hey, they like the first thing we about to do is hit the Job and Family Services office, and then at night we finna hit the bar. We about to hit Job and Family Services as soon as we get off this boat. Next place we about to hit is the pub. Because this across the seas, they don't call it the bar, they call it the pub. We finna hit the pub. We finna get some of that pub love.
When the odd ruddy-faced, red wine-infused, portly politician would come out and say stuff like, well, if women want to be safer on the streets, then maybe they should...
And these cats like they kicking it on a damn yacht.
Red wine-infused, portly politician would come out and say stuff like, well, if women...
They kicking it on a yacht. Right. Look how happy they are. Facts. You know what I'm saying? And that's big facts, DeAndre. We talked about 23-hour drone footage on the last Undocumented Bros. Hell, they live streaming their way in and putting it on TikTok. Bro, they kicking it like they on a damn yacht. Look at this. Hold on real quick. I want to get this one. I want to get this picture right here.
Whose portly politician would come out and say stuff like, well, if women...
That's a yacht picture, bro. They kicking it on the yacht. All we need is Fresh Prince CEO and Myron Gaines on there, and we good.
Want to be safer on the streets, then maybe they shouldn't go out looking like that.
I mean, at the end of...
And what, look, you see how fast that boat is going? Wait a minute, though. What little migrant boat is motorized like that, that's just flying through there like that? You know what I'm saying? Y'all ever been on a boat like that on the water, or like on a yacht, or a small, like a little boat? I have. That bad boy is moving like a ferry boat almost. You know what I'm saying?
Want to be safer on the streets, then maybe they shouldn't go out looking like that.
I mean,
like that boat, you see the water on the side, that boat is motorized. Yeah, they kicking it. Bro, I've kicked it on the boat before. That's boat kicking it. That's boat life right there. You know what I'm saying?
At the end of the day, women have a right to go out the way they want to go out, okay? And the men need to be men, okay? I know, obviously, a man will see a woman, might feel sexually attracted to her. What are you going to do? You need consent. You speak to the person, they're not interested.
Man, shout out to this dude, man, because he not even talking about what is on the video. You know what I'm saying? Like, he stops the video and then talks about something just completely unrelated, and he still got 1 million subs on YouTube, man. Shout out to him. I'm not even about to sit up here in front. I'm jealous. I'm not even gonna lie. I'm jealous. I'm not hating. I'm envious. I'm trying to get like that. I'm trying to sit up here and just babble and not talk about anything that makes any damn sense. And I still got 500-600 people in my chat. I'll stop a video and be like, yeah, and the flowers are just so nice and red. And you know what I'm saying? Like, the sky is so blue. Some clouds up there. It's just really nice. You know what I'm saying? Okay, back to the video. That's what I'm trying to do. I'm trying to do that. You know what I'm saying? He got close to 1 million subscribers. I actually talk about the shit that I say is in the title of the video, and I could barely ever get over 100 people. This right here is the secret. I think this might be the secret.
You turn around, you go away. You don't force people. You allow people to do what they want. We shouldn't have to dress that way. That's our business. I mean, at the end of the day, it is a free country. I'm not saying I support certain levels of indecency, but at least as a man, come on, you should have self-control. We're not like animals. We're not like dogs. That a dog will see any female dog and just go and be like, everybody's humping around. Come on, bro. Yeah, we need some self.
Oh man, how many of y'all do that? Do y'all do that? Shout out to the dudes in the comment section. Is that what y'all do? Like, just exactly like what he said, or y'all got some different stuff? You know what I'm saying? Yeah, and that's facts. I agree with the I agree with Deneen. Deneen says you've cultivated a highly intelligent audience. There aren't that many of us out there. Yeah, I agree. That's big facts. He straight up paused the video and talks. Right. Facts. He did that. You know what I'm saying? That's hilarious.
Control for men at the end of the day, okay?
But that was wrong, wasn't it? Asking women to change the way they behave to keep themselves safe from men, of course, that's wrong. Now, I don't want to see women in this country have to change their behavior to protect themselves from predatory men who think that they can come here and treat women as fair game. But I have a feeling that certain political groups are so fanatical in their support for open borders and unfettered illegal immigration in the channel that it's probably only a matter of time before they do actually tell women to dress more modestly, drink less on nights out. Now, before the usual suspects pipe up, yes, I am aware that we already have a huge amount of rapists and sexual predators in Britain. In fact, it's
already, yes, there are many of them here already. Okay, even if maybe we don't know who they are, but there are still many here already. And no, okay, I mean, that's a fact, yeah?
Turns out that we've had a fair few in our own police force. And no, I am not suggesting that every single man coming across the channel is a violent sexual offender. But what I am saying is that clearly, the idea that you can come to Britain to have sex with young women is being used as a selling point.
Now, that's interesting, right? Because, like, here go the question. See, now that they're saying this on the news, what happens if some passport bros go over there and get into something? Do you think that they'll turn that talking point on the passport bros if something like that was to happen? See, here's my thing, right? This is one of the reasons why this is important to pay attention to. You know what I'm saying? They'll just wrap you up right in those talking points. Oh, they came over here to find women. They came over here to get with some women. Hey, shout out to hey, shout out to DeAndre, bruh. How do they do the news over there over the pond? He talking crazy, bro. Oh boy, talking wild. This is the same news network that had Just Pearly Things on there to tell them why women shouldn't have the ability to vote. And I mean, that's a fact. Shout out to Queen Nile. That's a fact. That's one of the reasons why over there in the UK, same place, that's why they had that monkeypox epidemic going on over there that people just decided to stop talking about.
Now, if the cost of the taxpayer isn't enough to stop this madness, if national security isn't enough, if nothing else is enough, surely the safety of young women should be.
Yes, the safety of young women should be a priority as well. Okay, I mean, even if you want to spend the taxpayers' money, okay, let them be safe. So you go to a country, you get free accommodation, you get free food, you get pocket money, you get, you know, maybe it's not luxury, but the country tries to make you comfortable, and then you eat, you feast, you have a roof over your head, and you're like, what's next? Pleasure. So you're telling me they advertise the UK as a meat market? They've made the country like a.
Hey, how many people have ever heard of that YouTuber? He an African dude, isn't it? He been around forever too. His name is Maxim Body. If you guys have ever heard of Maxim Body, give me a thumbs up. If you guys haven't, give me a thumbs down. That dude hilarious, man. But this dude, he kind of remind me of Maxim Body. he remind me of Maxim Body a little bit. You know what I'm saying?
Like a Sodom and Gomorrah. Yeah. Okay. I mean, it is sad. Sad.
To the talk, extraordinary footage has emerged on the social media site TikTok in which an asylum seeker chronicles his perilous journey across the Channel to the UK. The man, thought to be an Afghan national, documents his train journey through France before making his way with other migrants to the coast. We then see him grinning while perched precariously on a tightly packed dinghy crammed.
So the tightly packed dinghy. I guess the dinghy is a boat. You know what I'm saying? So I guess the dinghy is a kind of boat or something like that.
With women and children before it's intercepted by British lifeboats. The clip ends with him and a friend kicking back in comfortable accommodation.
Man, what? Look at this hotel.
Crammed with women and children before it's intercepted by British lifeboats. The clip ends with him and a friend kicking back in comfortable accommodation, believed to be one of 400 UK migrant hotels currently.
Wait, these are the migrant hotels to give.
Look, you see that? The migrant hotels, bro. Listen, I'm about to be undocumented, bro. Come on, Carlton. Let's get one of them boats. Let's bounce. Now, y'all know that the taxpayer money is paying for that over there in the UK. Y'all know that that's what's going on. So now across the world, right? Like all over the world, in New York, in Chicago, in Denver, in California, in London, in France, the undocumented bros out here posted. Now, have y'all ever heard the expression lamping like a big willy? That's some East Coast shit. If y'all ever heard of lamping like a big willy, give me a thumbs up. This right here, this is what lamping like a big willy looks like.
The coast. We then see him grinning while perched precariously on a tightly packed dinghy crammed with women and children before it's intercepted by British lifeboats. The clip ends with him and a friend kicking back in comfortable accommodation.
You see that? That's what that's what lamping like a big willy means. You know what I'm saying? That picture right there, that is what the act of the verb lamping like a big willy, that's what that means. Penthouse pimping. Carl just said he's comfortable. Bro, he posted. He's posted up. You know what I'm saying? He went postal, but the good way, not the bad way. You know what I'm saying?
Believed to be one of 400 UK migrant hotels currently.
Wait, these are the migrant hotels they give them. These are the migrant hotels they give them. Look at the pure luxury in this thing. Look at the luxury. What won't they come? Relaxing, you're not paying for it, you're not working, all you do is lay down on the bed, relax and look at the TV, eat some food. The bed is so comfortable and so soft, and you're like, oh, I need a massage. Oh, I need a drum. Yo, actually, I need a free. Want to suck my toes, want to massage my back, I want to make me. And this is what they were protesting. They were protesting about this. They were protesting about this. Now this is hurtful. Do you know how long I work? Do you know how many hours I work?
Oh man, I don't know why this video is so funny to me, man. This is Do you know how long I live stream? I've been live now for 3 hour and 47 minutes. This is how long I've been live. I do live stream. And these people come on the boat and get a nice cushy hotel. Man, I'm dead. Shout out to this dude, man. This dude is great. This dude is great. I subscribe to his channel, man. This dude had me dying laughing. I'm telling you, man, I'm envious of this dude, man. I'm jealous of this cat.
And do you know how many days holiday I have? I have only 20 days holiday.
Wait, what? Do we got 20 holidays here in the United States? This nigga complain. This nigga complain. I only get 20 holidays. I don't think we got no damn 20 holidays, and we got to work on ours. Right. He need to stop complaining and just work harder. He need to stop complaining and just work harder.
Testing about this. Now this is hurtful. Do you know how long I work? Do you know how many hours I work?
Do you know how many jobs I have? Oh man, I'm dead, man. I am dying laughing, man.
And do you know how many days holiday I have? I have only 20 days holiday.
Why are you still working like that? And you look, look. Al McCowan said, "How many months have 28 days? 12. 12 months have 28 days. You know what I'm saying? Every month on the calendar that you look at has the number 28 on it. You know what I'm saying? All them motherfuckers got 28 days. You know what I'm saying? Oh man. Hey, this dude got me dead.
I saved to travel. I saved to travel.
But look though, why you working like that, bro? If your channel got 1 million subs, shit, I'll be making nonstop content if I had that many subs.
I really saved to travel, and after I save, I come back, I work, and I try to find extra hours to make up. Now this is actually hurtful. I'm not gonna lie.
Housing up to 50,000 asylum seekers at a cost of £6 million per day. Well, with more than 18,000 migrants having made the same journey this year already, there are fears videos like this are only fueling demand for people smugglers and small boat crossings. I mean, these videos make my blood boil. They are basically adverts for more people to come over. They are adverts for people who do not need to make this journey. I argue that nobody actually needs to make this journey. I can see JJ's thinking about coming in here.
Let me ask you guys this question. She said that she's upset about that. And she said that she doesn't think that people need to make that journey. My question for you guys is, do you all think that people need to make that journey? I think that I think that that's kind of interesting. And I'm just curious to think to ask, what do you guys think? Let me know what you guys think.
JJ, yo, that was a roast, bro. That was a roast. Oh my days. But no, this is really sad. Really, really sad. I mean, fair game. You want to come to the UK for drunk girls? You pay for your flight to come in, you pay for your hotel, you pay for whatever you pay for. You go to the bars, to the wherever, you speak, you have your consent, nobody's going to judge you, consensual. But I pay tax, you know. I pay a lot of tax. I mean, not just me, I know you pay tax as well.
But the reality is that a lot of these people making these crossings are economic opportunists. And I have to say, I'm not sure we can blame them for giving it a go. After all, they're assured a very nice reception here. They are well looked after for a very long period. And statistically, they have an incredibly high chance, however genuine or otherwise their claim maybe to having their case accepted. Richard and I have been doing some work on this actually and looked at the way that caseworkers for asylum seekers, the ones that actually conduct the crunch interviews with asylum seekers, which decide whether or not they can stay or not, the guidance they get from the Home Office. And what is extraordinary about that, the rules for the caseworkers doing the interviews, is that it is so tilted to saying yes. It is so tilted to approving the claim, even to the point that they are told that these applicants, even if they lie, and they're obviously lying, that shouldn't be a disqualification. I mean, this stuff is absolutely jaw-dropping.
Wait. Even if they lie and it's obvious they're lying, they're still allowed to stay. Who made up the system? Now, who made the system?
Well, how else is it tilted to a yes, not a
Well,
no?
we can give you many examples of that, but right at the top, it says you should not fundamentally adopt a position of skepticism. I mean, it's quite the opposite. You should, as an interviewer, adopt a position of skepticism if you're looking. That should be your starting point, given what we know about where most of these, or many of these claims begin. So if you're starting with an instruction that says, don't be skeptical, be nice. And by the way, it's probably not well known that the vast majority of these interviews are conducted by Zoom. That creates a whole lot of problem. And the Home Office acknowledges it in its guidance, of the person doing the interview not even knowing if the person on the other end of the camera is a genuine applicant. Or is it
by Zoom? By Zoom. They do it by Zoom. Ha! I mean, like, they've got... Let's go.
Is it a stand-in who's very articulate and very, very good at playing the system? So I just, this stuff, it makes me despair.
I mean, there are so many problems with this TikTok video, and the way that we all know it's going to be received. It's going to be received. 90% of people are going to be outraged, and then their response to it will be a variety of responses. It'll either be, yes, this is an advert, or, I mean, and I'm, you won't be surprised to know, a bit of sitting on both sides of the fence. I'm worried in the way that this is going to inflame people, because that scares me. That the
Could you imagine that, y'all? If y'all was just if y'all just out there to see, you know what I'm saying, like you on a cruise or something like that, and then you just see this boat of boat bros, undocumented bros, you know what I'm saying, just like this random little boat floating towards you. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to Lloyd Sky 9. What's good with it, bro? Like, my question for you guys is, what do you all think this plays into people getting to the southern border in Texas? Because I'm going to be 100% honest. I have this feeling that a lot of these European countries that are now tightening down on their immigration policy, they are actually sending the people that they're deporting to the southern border. Exactly, DeAndre. Facts. Bro, vlogging his way all the way over to asylum. And then got to post up, got to lamp like a big Willie. You know what I'm saying? In that luxury hotel.
The reaction will be very, very angry, and will intensify the toxicity of the debate that there already is around immigration. And of course, I'm not saying that you're doing that. You've been digging into some really practical issues. And one of the things I've been obsessing about, we've all been obsessing about over the last few years, last few months, is the backlog. And what you're talking about is how to get rid of the backlog. But this video frightens me.
But I'm not surprised that they're documenting it. Why wouldn't you? Because, it's an exciting journey for them. And indeed, why wouldn't you show what...
He said he's not surprised that they're documenting it. These are undocumented bros. They don't believe in documentation. That's why somebody would be surprised that they're documenting it, because they're undocumented bros.
This video frightens
But I'm
me.
not surprised that they're documenting it. Why wouldn't you? Because, it's an exciting journey for them. And indeed, why wouldn't you show what the situation is too? But I think what it does show, and I think what we really have to get to the bottom of too, is the difference between need and want. I'm very aware that there are lots of reasons why you would want to come to this country. I'm also very aware that people have family and friends and they hear about it and all that stuff too. But what I'm concerned about is that we in this country, but also generally across Europe, have got it completely wrong in terms...
There are people that need it. There are people that genuinely need it. Left to them, they might not want to come.
Do you agree with that? Let's stop right there. Are there people, do you all feel that people need to do this type of mass migration, this mass immigration? or do people need to do it? What do you guys think? Now, I find it interesting that he immediately said they need to do it. The YouTuber here, he said that, right? So what do you guys think? Shout out to Zentober. Zentober said the undocumented bros are more sovereign citizen than the sovereign citizens. Bro, they sovereign. They sovereign and they moving. I told you, bro. Did y'all read the title? Did y'all read the title? Look, the movement is global. The undocumented bros movement is global. Shout out to my man John Guillory. John said, "It's wow. Undocumented bros got the best grip. They got that YouTube money from vlogging, then get the government money, bro. Facts. I'm just trying to shave me a little bit off of the top of that. You know, if any grifts is around, I gotta get me a little piece of. I give me a little piece. You know what I'm saying? Cut me off a little piece and put on this little salad plate right here, and I'm going right out the way. I'm out the room. I appreciate it. You know what I'm saying?"
Completely wrong in terms.
There are people that need it. There are people that genuinely need it. Left to them, they might not want to come, all right, or maybe they might actually also want to come, but they need it. Okay, so if the people that need it don't get it, and they give it to the people that want it, their whole aim is defeated. If you want it, save for it and come for it. But if you need it, it is different. That is what I think.
Of just understanding what the rules are, implementing them across the board, and making sure that they're fair and reasonable,
Yeah.
and also processing. We've got to speed up the processing. This thing's costing fortunes.
But when you look at the guidance for it's not guidance, it's actually rules for the caseworkers dealing with this. It's no surprise we've got a gargantuan backlog because migrants can stop or thwart or frustrate the process at any point.
I think if we're going to make a deterrent, then it needs to be something like only women and children are put in hotels, and the men who come over, like they have in France, like the UN do in lots of their camps, are put in tents.
Now, what do y'all think about that? What do y'all think about that? How would that work? See, to me, it should be either all or nothing. You don't make separate rules for the men or women. You make rules for the undocumented bros, which means all of them. They need to be following the immigration laws. And if they're not following the immigration laws, then they're breaking the law. And if this was a normal civilization that we lived in, because this is not a civilization, this is WS imperialism. But if we lived in an actual civilization, breaking of the law would lead to prosecution. Breaking of the law would not lead to creation of new laws in order to make the broken laws acceptably broken. There should be no such thing as acceptably broken laws, but in a system of WS, that is exactly what happens. So the fact that they even have a court system is laughable. Oh, you you already know. He either is confused or acting like he's confused. Shout out to Carlton. Carlton said, "I think this YouTuber is confused about how WS works. They weaponize everything." Yeah, that's facts. But I think that he's either confused or he's doing his confused act for his YouTube paycheck. You know what I'm saying? Which, people sit there. Here's my thing as far as YouTube goes, right? Now, to me, I'm looking at him and I haven't seen all of his content, right? So we're going to do video by video as we react. But this video right here, he's acting confused, but he's not going to the length of cooning. You know what I'm saying? And so now here's the thing, right? That's one of the reasons why I'm really careful with that kind of shit. And the reason why is because there'll be a whole bunch of YouTube people, right, that sit there on YouTube and they'll watch somebody on YouTube and they'll call that person a coon, right? That person will then turn their YouTube channel off and go coon and code break at their job for their boss harder than what they just sat down for 15 minutes and watched on YouTube. And there's a lot of people like that because we don't own very many businesses. Somebody will sit there and watch an Abba and Preach video and be like, these coons, and then literally go and clock in and say, yes, boss, for 12 hours. You know what I'm saying? So the way that I look at it is, if you're doing this for YouTube, as long as you don't go over the edge of being just completely, if you don't go to Candace Owens and, you know what I'm saying, if you don't go to Larry Elder levels, you know what I'm saying? I'm not going to go in on you like that. I'm not going to go in on you like that. But the people who will go in on you, cut your video off and go to work and say, yes, boss. They're at work. Why can't they say yes, boss? Yeah, facts, like King Richards. Yes, yes, boss. Yes, yes, boss. Oh man, that's that clip that Mike TV had of fucking King Richie was hilarious. King Richards was hilarious. I quit, boss. I quit, boss. Oh man. But like that's that hypocritical shit that I be talking about, man. You know what I'm saying? Like, come on, man. These cats is at work. If you got 1 million subscribers on YouTube, you at work. You literally got people that tell you. You got people that'll tell you you got a code switch, or they'll make you feel like shit. You Negroes got to learn how to code switch if you want to, you know what I'm saying, maintain your money or get your money right. Oh, okay. So we got a code switch to maintain and get our money right. But when we see motherfuckers on YouTube actually code switching, these niggas is coons. Which one is it? It's that bullshit, man. Fuck out of here with that clown ass shit. You know what I'm saying? Let's keep it a buck. Let's keep it a buck. That's one of the reasons. That's one of the issues with a lot of people on YouTube, whether it's content creators or comment creators. They full of shit. Go sit down on the toilet for a couple hours and then come back and try again. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, they say code switching like it's a flex. Code switch. If you have to code switch in order to be functional in society, that's a form of buck breaking. You're submitting who you are to be who somebody else wants you to be. Man, fuck that. Shout out to PD Chicago B1. What's good with it, bro? Man, I've had braids ever since I was in my 20s. We Lit can tell you that. And you know what else? I've been outperforming people academically since I've been in my 20s. And there's a point where need and necessity outweighs how picky people want to be. If you're the best, look at Dennis Rodman. Dennis Rodman, the best rebounder in NBA history. Dennis Rodman is crazy and is not good for PR. But guess what? The Bulls was willing to deal with that because he was the best. If you be the best, people going to deal with you. Or if you find your niche, and in your niche, you're irreplaceable. You know what I'm saying? People going to deal with you. Man, I see it all the time at my job. It's crazy how many people get in trouble for being late. I've literally been late damn near every day for the last 3 years at the same place. Not a peep. And there's not going to be a peep. Won't be a peep tomorrow. Won't be a peep day after that. Won't be a peep. You know what I'm saying? And I agree 100%, DeAndre. It's not about what's on your head. It's about what's in your head. Facts. It's not, and it's also about your ability. And it's about your competency. There are certain stuff that people will let slide if you're doing the right capacity of work. You know what I'm saying? And that's if you don't have your own business. Now, everybody can't have their own business, and there's some people that are in a process of getting their own business, which is understandable. But there's also ways where you can maintain a level of control that you have at your job as well. And as long as you properly manage the level of control that you have, you will always be able to have a little bit of wiggle room for being able to, you know what I'm saying, do what you do. I'm not cutting my hair off for no job. If I feel like shaving, I'll shave. I'm not doing all that. If you don't accept people that's like that, then I don't have no holler for you. In fact, as well as knowing your stuff. Big facts, Al. When I was younger and I would go to interviews and they'd say, well, we need you to have a professional appearance. I said, have you seen my degree? It has a professional appearance. What's not professional about my appearance? Your hair. What's not professional about my hair? Professional athletes who are also professional have hair similar to mine. So my hair's not professional. So is a bald head haircut required here? How is how I deal with my hair part of the uniform? The uniform is what you put over your anatomy. My hair is part of my anatomy. And as long as my hair is clean and doesn't present a sanitary issue to the job, how is that not professional? It's my hair. It's part of my body. I don't accept that, man. I remember back in the day, I had done a reaction to I remember back in the day when I had done a reaction video to Kevin Samuels' video when he used to make content for males. It was the buy-in or sell out video, right? And the buying in was basically, he was encouraging people to have, business casual and stuff like that. Listen, I'm going to tell you something, man. When I get best dressed, it's because I'm going out with my girlfriend and we're going to be best dressed out there kicking it. I'm not getting best dressed for no job. You know what I'm saying? Once I get my YouTube channel to maybe if I'm able to get it to the size that I wanted to get to one of these days, and I'm actually doing more professional level broadcasts, I mean, I'm going to be dressed, but it ain't going to be no professional type shit. I'm going to be wearing some ratchet type shit. Full print hoodies and, you know what I'm saying, gold aviator glasses and shit like that. Then if I go out and hang out, I'm going to wear, you know what I'm saying, something nice, business casual or some evening type shit. But I'm not getting dressed up for no job. I'm not looking my best for somebody else that's not somebody that gives a fuck about me. Like, I'm not doing that shit. I'm supposed to get best dressed for you to make you millions of dollars that I get like less than 1% of. Man, you out your ever loving mind. You know what I'm saying? There's no way that computes in my brain. You know what I'm saying? I'm not doing that shit. I'll be a professional in corporate America and I'll wear a Dickies suit to work every day like a damn garbage man. I'll do that. You want me to dress up in a business casual with a Windsor knot on a tie and do all that? Man, I'm not doing that shit. Man, what? Nah. I'll do that for me. If I'm going somewhere nice with my girlfriend, I'm going somewhere classy. We about to have a night out. We about to go get something nice to eat. 5-star restaurant. You know what I'm saying? Something like that. Man, you got me bent. I'll go up in your office with a damn janitor suit on, doing computer reports. I'll wear a uniform. I will do that. But I'm not about to spend no $100 and $200 on some tailor-made business casual matching cufflink bullshit to come to work. Now, if I'm getting box seats at a basketball game, champagne bottles popping all night, hell yeah, I'm dressed like that. To work? For you? For pennies? Man, stop it. Stop it. Crazy that people even allow people to somehow wrap themselves into thinking that there's something wrong with there's something right with that. Because there's not. I remember, and when I was younger, me and my dad, we used to have these conversations. We used to go back and forth. My dad used to be like, "When you cutting the braids?" I'd be like, "I'm not cutting them. I'm not when I go bald, I'll cut them." He's like, "You're gonna have a difficult time finding a job," and I was like, "A difficult time, not an impossible time. I'm all about difficult." You know what I'm saying? Difficult don't mean impossible. And just because something is difficult for some people, don't mean that it's difficult for me. And the reason why I say that is because we live in a world where we are one of the only people in the world that has been forced to take an identity that is not our true identity. We've been forced to do that as a result of our circumstance. We could go to the United Kingdom today, to the UK, where we talk about this migrant crisis, and we have last names similar to some of those people. Since they got this migrant crisis and the population has changed, you know what I'm saying? Our names might not be similar to most of the people over there now, but I bet you our last names, especially foundational Black Americans, last names very similar to most of the people. Matter of fact, if you're a foundational Black American and you go to the UK, you might even find a city or a neighborhood that got your last name. We're not from the UK. Why are our names like that? You know what I'm saying? We already been forced to change our identity enough. Enough is enough. I'm not changing shit else. If I want to have my braids all the way down to the back of my neck, deal with it. The same way I deal with this stupid ass last name I got. I'll cut my braids if you cut my last name. Somebody really look at you crazy if you say that. You know what I'm saying? But most people ain't gonna say that. Most people gonna make fun of this dude and call him a coon and then go to work and do even worse than what he's doing. Because at least he can just wake up and make a video whenever he wants to. Them people that's calling him a coon that gotta go clock in, you're clocking in because somebody told you better be there at that time. You know what I'm saying? You know what I mean? I'm just saying.
Only women and children are put in hotels, and the men who come over, like they have in France, like the UN do in lots of their camps, are put in tents.
These are the people you need to work on these cases. These are the people you need. People that will see that a good judge of character, apart from being good judge of character, that can make the right decision.
Man, I bet what's hilarious about this is I bet you if you look at the if you look at the comment section on this video, they like, bro, you speaking the truth. He's speaking the truth. You know what I'm saying? And it's like I trying to follow like how he's reacting to the video here. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to Zintover. Zintover said, gotta put on that poker face heavy at work. Man, I'm so belligerent at work, man. Y'all should ask TD or Izzy because they actually, or even we lit, you know what I'm saying? They talk to me at work, man. I'll be on some other stuff. I'll just be on some other stuff, man.
They just take the right decision. They're like, okay, you're a man, you are young, you're strong, you go stay in the tent. Women, children, it's fine. Go stay in the hotel. Yeah, that works. To be honest, that works.
So now here go my question, right? And I disagree with the YouTuber right here. And the reason why I disagree with the YouTuber is because how, like I said, it's either you process these people and they should be able to come into the United Kingdom, United States, wherever, whatever country they come into legally through the process, or they do not allow them to come in at all. Because then you get into the issue of splitting families up. And then you have to worry about the whole ethics and the ethical nonsense behind splitting families up. You can avoid all of that by following the legal process, processing people legal, coming into the country legal, and if they come into the country illegally, prosecute them and remove them. Very simple. Very simple solution to a problem that's not complicated at all. These aren't complicated issues. You know what I'm saying?
It's JJ, yeah? Okay, okay. That works. Really, that works.
And maybe this is something, a small step towards making it less appealing. Because at the moment, obviously,
I'm loving the fact you're suggesting this.
I
I mean,
have my wits end with this.
Yeah.
People
But I think
trusting
we all
and
are.
buying.
Because when they go out and they get these drunken girls and they come back with them to the tent, the girl will be like, yo, mate, she was sober up. She'll be like, bro, listen, a tent, fam. I'm done. Okay, that was a bad joke.
Shout out to him, man, because all his jokes are bad, but his channel loves him. You know what I'm saying? His channel loves him. So now I want to show you guys this report here from the Brookings Institute. Okay. Now, this article here is 4 years old. Actually, it's older than 4 years old. I'm sorry. It's 6 years old. 6 years old. Okay. Crazy corny. You know what I'm saying? Crazy corny. His corniness is crazy work. You know what I'm saying? Now, what does this say right here? Problems and solutions to the international migrant crisis. Now, this article here came out in 2017. It is now 2023. Let me ask you guys this question. Has the international migrant crisis been dealt with effectively? It clearly hasn't. This is from 6 years ago. And 6 years ago, they knew that there was an international migrant crisis. So now here's my question. What's been going on in those 6 years? Shout out to Carlton Wade. Carlton said, looks like a pic from Mars. Facts. It's black people on Mars. We was there first. Look, see, there you go right there. We got the evidence right here. And they built them pyramids on Mars too. You know what I'm saying? Okay, can't forget that. Can't forget the pyramids. We can never, never forget the pyramids. You know what I'm saying? So we about to take a look at this because I think that this is important for where we're going. Shout out to John Guillory. Hell no, they made Elon's buildings. Them was already there and we built them first. You know what I'm saying? Look, hold on real quick. This, and on top of it, we don't need oxygen. We don't need no oxygen mask. You know what I'm saying? We built them and we was there first. You see the little boy right there. We're gonna put that debate. We ain't even gonna start that debate. We finna put that debate to rest. We're finna put that debate to rest. You know what I'm saying? We was there first and built them pyramids. End of discussion. We got a universal trademark claim on any pyramids anywhere. We did that shit. Anytime, if you go anywhere to any planet, any place in the universe, and you see some pyramids, it's some black people there. You know what I'm saying? I ain't trying to hear all of the Cleopatra was Greek shit. Nah, man, I ain't trying to hear none of that shit. You know what I'm saying? I ain't trying to hear none of that bullshit. You know what I'm saying? Oh, man, that shit is crazy, man. Crazy work. So now on December 4th of 2000, the United Nations declared December 18th. All right, so it's coming up as International Migrant Day. What are you guys doing for International Migrant Day? Shout out to my man TD Hip Hop Media. TD Hip Hop Media said, I'm about 20 minutes behind in your streams, so I won't hear your real-time response. But I just wanted to tell you this is a great stream, bro. Yo, I appreciate that, man. Make sure you guys show TD Hip Hop Media some love and throw some radiation emoji in the chat for him. Definitely appreciate that. If y'all not subscribed to his channel, make sure y'all go over there and subscribe too. So the UN did so to recognize the increasing number of migrants around the world and to reaffirm member nations' commitments to migrants' freedoms and human rights. Now, let me ask you guys this. What does the reaffirmation of commitment to migrants' freedoms and human rights, what does that mean? What does that entail? That's my question. What does that entail? What does that mean? You know what I'm saying? And UN member nations. Now, let me ask you guys this question. Is it a coincidence, or are UN member nations a lot of these nations that have an undocumented bro issue? Because the UN is global, just like the undocumented bros. You know what I'm saying? Nearly 2 decades later, compounding issues around the world have led to over 65 million people displaced abroad or within their own borders, the most ever recorded by the United Nations Commission on Human Rights. Now, remember, this was back in 2017 when this report came out. So now my question is, are the numbers higher or are the numbers lower? See, the migrant crisis wasn't really hitting the United States to the extent that it is today back then. Oh, but it is now. Nearly 2 decades later, compounding issues around the world have led to over 65 million people displaced abroad or within their own borders, the most ever recorded by the United Nations Commission on Human Rights. All right. So now here go my question. What are these compounding issues around the world, quote unquote, that are leading to 65 million people being displaced all over? That's a lot. Never forget. Never forget. You know what I'm saying? In recognition of the complexity of this issue and the millions of people displaced around the world, we want to highlight what Brookings scholars are saying about the greatest challenges and successes in global migration today. Global migration today. Global. The movement is global. It's bigger than Chicago and New York. Okay? So we're not going to read all of this because a lot of this is outdated. A lot of new dynamics are going on, and it's not specific to particular countries. You know what I'm saying? What I want is I want information that's specific to particular countries. You know what I'm saying? So far, we focused on Ireland and we focused on the UK. Okay. We're going to focus on other places as well, ultimately, as the series continues. Because again, this is going on all over the place. And we've got to ask ourselves the question. We think we got a handle on why it's going on in the United States, right? Why is it going on all over the world? Now, this is that old article, the old political article. Why Britain's migration problem isn't going away. Now, when it comes to all of these places, right? All of these places that are dealing with these migrant crises, none of the migrant crisis problems are going away anywhere. None of them. They've been dealing with this way longer than we have, and they're still dealing with it at the same intensity as when these articles came out years ago. So my question is, why? So now here it said, if Britain thought leaving the EU would solve its worries about migration, it was wrong. The rapid spike in people trying to cross the English Channel, you see, everybody's got their own Rio Grande. Everybody's got their own Rio Grande. See, undocumented global, they trying to get across the channel. Domestic undocumented bros trying to get across the Rio Grande. You know what I'm saying? Border Patrol ain't stopping nobody on either front. The rapid spike in people trying to cross the English Channel in small boats has triggered a new sense of crisis among Tory MPs, at least, and left the UK government grappling with a shortage of emergency. The UK government is grappling with a shortage of emergency accommodation, a clogged asylum and return system, and spiraling costs to the taxpayer. You guys haven't seen anything like that in the recent weeks, years, months, have you? Completely, ironically, completely foreign sounding, isn't it? Where have you all heard things like this taking place at? Worse, thousands of desperate new arrivals. Didn't we hear that on one of the local news stations yesterday? Find themselves trapped in unsuitable accommodations for weeks, months, even years, unable to work, their futures in limbo. Let me ask you guys a question. If this sounds familiar, tell me what it sounds familiar to. What does it sound familiar to? Sound familiar? You heard anything like this before? No, never heard anything like this. Tory hardliner Suella Braverman is just the latest in a long line of UK home securities to try and so far fail to solve the problem. So everybody who has tried to deal with the undocumented bro issue has failed. It's just like what Morpheus told Neo. Neo, everyone who has gone one-on-one against an agent has been killed. Everyone who's gone one-on-one against the undocumented bro issue has failed. But now, why are they failing? The system is broken. Oh, we've heard that before. The system is broken. Braverman told the House of Commons on Monday, illegal migration is out of control. Well, I'll be damned. You think they got it under control yet? Is this issue under control yet, ladies and gentlemen? So now, don't you find it interesting that the politicians here in the United States, they're not consulting anybody from any of these European countries that have experience in this? And why is it that every solution that the people in the United States are using, why is it that every solution that they're going for is something that has already failed over here in the UK? All the stuff that Eric Adams is trying to do, all the stuff that Brandon Johnson is trying to do, we're literally looking at it in the UK where it has fallen flat on its face. So they know that this isn't going to work. They know it's not going to work, but they're still doing it anyway. Labor Shadow Home Secretary Yvette Cooper agreed urgent action is needed, but blamed the Tory government for a near total collapse in decision-making for asylum cases. Monday's debate, which now, see these debates? In addition to how we're going to be live streaming and watching the town hall meetings and the legislator, we're going to be watching the international debates when it comes to the global undocumented bros too. We're going to be watching. Because we're going to continue to try to ask the question, why is it that these countries who are similar to us economically and similar to us politically, why is it that we're using old, outdated techniques that they've used and have all fallen flat on their face, and we think that there's going to be a different result? Or do we think that there's going to be a different result? Are people just selling us that it's going to be a different result, and they actually believe different? Which one? Because that could be a situation too. We don't know. The only thing that we could do is just look at the information that's available and see if we can detect a logical pattern that we can go off of. And real quick, ladies and gentlemen, shout out to everybody that's watching. We got 51 people watching, and we also have, I think, 93 likes. If everybody can bang on that like button, if we can bang on that like button and get to 115, that'd be great. Immigration Minister Robert Jenrick said Tuesday night, the number of migrants, look at this, the number of migrants at the Manston Center has now been reduced sustainably. How did that happen? How did the reduction go? Did they just kick them out into the street and not deal with the issues? What happened? How did they fix it? See, because a lot of times they'll say that they fixed the problem, and for real, they really didn't fix that problem. You know what I'm saying? They really didn't. They really didn't fix the problem. But the broader picture is complex and bleak. Arrivals across the channel, right? Remember I told you, we're going to be talking about the channel. Add that to your vocab. Are steadily increasing from 8,400 in 2020 to 28,500 in 2021 and up about 40,000 this year. Man, I'm telling you, these numbers here of people coming through the channel are very, very similar to the amount of people at the southern border. Why is that? See, right when people thought that they had the handle on the immigration situation, and you know what I'm saying, we understand why it's going on. We understand what's going on with it. Right when everybody thought that that was the case, then here come BLR with this nonsense. Oh shit. Here comes BLR with this nonsense. So now here it says, ironically, experts say that this is in part due to the success of previous clampdowns on migrants stowing away in the back of lorries at the French border. Okay. One of the reasons people believe we have the small boats phenomenon in the first place is that it is the result of successful enforcement around the lorry terminals in northern France, said Madeleine Sumpington, director of the University of Oxford's Migration Observatory. So if you close off one route, you create pressure for people to explore new options. Europe's crisis. All right. So now we're going to talk about Europe's crisis. So now let me ask you guys this. What are Europe's crises? Shout out to Zentober. Ah, shit. Here we go again. Here we go again. DMX. Here we go again. Britain, of course, is just the last link of the chain. Asylum seeker numbers have been rising all over the EU over recent years, reaching levels unseen since the 2015 refugee crisis and putting processing systems across the continent under heavy strain. Now, let me ask you guys this question. What is the 2015 refugee crisis? What is the 2015 refugee crisis, ladies and gentlemen? What went on in 2015 with refugees that caused the crisis? That's my question, y'all. Help me. Help me, please. What happened in 2015 with this refugee crisis? Was anybody aware that there was indeed a refugee crisis in 2015? And how was that refugee crisis addressed? What created the refugee crisis of 2015? Something had to. Didn't just come out of nowhere. So now what caused that? What was the factors behind the refugee crisis? Lack of accommodation is an equally painful issue in countries such as Austria, where the government has started to house refugees in tents. Starting to house refugees in tents. That sound familiar? That's what we talked about is going on in Denver right now, right? Priti Patel, the UK's previous Home Secretary appointed in 2019, had vowed to make migration crossings an infrequent phenomenon by the following spring. Having failed to hit her target, she pledged to make the channel, again, we're talking about the channel, an unviable route through a controversial plan for UK border officials to start actively pushing back small boats. She was later forced to abandon the proposal as impractical. Why? Why? I think some attacks happened in Syria during that time. Facts. They did. All of that stuff that caused all of those migrant crises, it was in that Brookings Institute article. But we'll eventually be going over that stuff because, like I said, in order to deal with a lot of the stuff that we're talking about now, we're in order to catch up, we're gonna have to do a mix of recent content with past content. In order to get caught up with dealing with this, because see, the reason why we have to do it like that is because when I hear people talking about these things, I don't understand why they're giving you the perspective that the migrant crisis issue is simply an issue that's isolated here in the United States. Why would people sell you that lie when they're discussing this? That's my question. But that lie is sold all over YouTube. And people buy it for hella super chats. More than $30 worth. You know what I'm saying? So I'm curious as to why that's going on, when clearly there's information out here that suggests otherwise. People will buy that gaslight. They'll buy that gaslighting for more than $30. You know what I'm saying? People go to the massage. People go to the doctor. Go to all type of places to pay to feel good. So now here it says, astonishingly, more than 100,000 asylum seekers are currently awaiting a decision from the Home Office. And as they wait in limbo, they must be financially supported as the taxpayer, as they are banned from working under UK law. Sound familiar? Yeah, and you're right, John. You're absolutely right. And yeah, I remember that too, Carlton. I remember about 6 years ago. We're going to call him BG. BG, shout out to Cash Money Records, was speaking out against migrants going to Europe. You know what I'm saying? Abdul says, and never had a physical working for meat packaging plants, McDonald's and Uber Eats, scratching and shit. Yeah. Yeah. Undocumented bros carrying all type of undocumented viruses and diseases. Facts. They have the same playbook as the United States. Facts. And they shit ain't working. So since they shit ain't working, my question is, what's the foreseeable future of how this is going to wind up in the United States? What's going to happen with this in the United States? If you ask me, if we're looking at this data, what's going to end up happening is that in the United States, this stuff is going to implode in the exact same way that we're watching it implode now. It's going to implode in the exact same way that we're watching it implode now. Which is one of the reasons why I say that people should ultimately make sure that you have, reserve money, reserve food, ways to defend yourself, a safety plan, networks, all kinds of stuff. You know what I'm saying? Seemingly unable to either speed up the processing of asylum applications or halt the crossings themselves, successive Home Secretaries have instead focused on the only other available option, removals. Now, that's interesting, right? They tried everything, right? And as they tried everything, the problem progressed and progressed and progressed and progressed. Problem continued to progress and progress and progress and progress. It's kind of like us, right? How like we try to be peaceful and the problem just progresses and progresses and progresses and progresses. And now it's out of control and they got a whole bunch of recruits. And now you got people between us that say, well, some of y'all are too radical and some of y'all just need to be nice. Same shit. They tried all of these other ways. Now they've come to the last solution. The last solution is removals. But now everybody's been politically programmed so much to where they feel that removals are inhumane. So now you're dealing with an ethical argument of, is it ethical to preserve the safety of these migrants, or is it ethical to preserve the safety of the people of our country? And people have confused themselves. Oh, I'm sure. Facts. If you guys agree with Carlton, give me a thumbs up. If y'all disagree with Carlton, give me a thumbs down. Carlton said the World Economic Forum will be in January. I'm sure a lot of plans for the migrants will be discussed. Facts. And I guarantee you, most of the people that'll be discussing those plans will be presidents of companies, not presidents of countries. But why build a business network when you can just work for one of these businesses, right? Know what I'm saying? So now here it says in April of 2022, the UK sealed a $120 million deal with Rwanda to offshore asylum seekers to the Eastern African country. Now we're going to go back again. We're going to be going back and looking at this. Okay. Now, I find it interesting, right? It's very interesting how the dynamic works. White people in the United States, man, they care about what's going on with white people in Europe. Oh man, they'd be outraged. Y'all saw it. We read the article about it. It was from Newsweek. Conservatives are outraged. Irish Lives Matter deemed hate speech. They're outraged. And they get together. They even had the far right representative from one of the Eastern European countries on Fox News. I think it was from Poland. You don't really see that around these parts. And my question for you guys is, why do you think that is? Well, shout out to Abdul Khalifa. Abdul Khalifa says that's what pan-Europeanism looks like. I don't know if I would give them that much credit and call it pan-Europeanism. I would actually just call it basic common sense and situational awareness. I wouldn't call it pan-Europeanism. What I would call pan-Europeanism is World War I, World War II, because that's what they get together and do. But I wouldn't call that pan-Europeanism. I would just call that common sense and observation. And shout out to John for being a bot enforcer. People just tend to do very different. People do politics very different. And you can't really tell anybody anything because everybody's got their, ideas of how things should be or how they want to do things. Even when they do things and those things for a very long time produce zero results. And that is just fascinating to me. And that's why I ask you guys these questions. Shout out to Ayil Adam Yaziro. On my Reacts channel is where we do the call-ins. I don't do call-ins on this channel. So the next scheduled stream that we got for Reacts is tomorrow at 3:00 p.m. Eastern time. So if you're able, if you're available around then, you can definitely hit the link and give us an explanation. Can somebody put in the link to Reacts into the chat for Alil? I appreciate it, bro. That's just how I do. You know what I'm saying? It's just kind of protocol. You know what I'm saying? But I am interested in hearing. You know what I'm saying? Definitely interested in hearing. And another thing too, like I don't really like to put the Discord link into the chat because a lot of times, like a bunch of people be calling in, and you know what I'm saying. What else be happening? People be calling in and having weird shit on their profile picture to try to get your channel banned. Now, I'm not saying that you would do that. It's just shit that I got to worry about as a content creator. I like when people go in through Discord and do it so that they can be a little bit more controlled. You know what I'm saying? It's nothing against you. Trust me. I really hope that I'm convincing you that it's not anything against you. Any of my subscribers, they'll tell you your boy's kind of OCD. You know what I'm saying? So that's why I do shit that way. You know what I'm saying? But I definitely would like to hear. Here go my question. How many people in the comment section would like to hear that perspective of what's going on in the UK? Because I know I would, for real. If y'all want to hear, throw a UK flag in the chat. Yeah, I do too, John. I'm interested. You know what I'm saying? I hope DJ Elmo doing okay. We ain't seen DJ Elmo in a while, but it'd be good to get his perspective too. So yeah, we definitely want that. So you'll definitely be able to have a platform and explain, bro. Just come to the stream tomorrow on Reacts. And shout out to Michael R. What's good with it, bro? So now here says 7 months on, no removal flight has even left the runway amid a flurry of challenges in the court. So they never, well, I don't know if they never, but at this time, they didn't remove these people like they said they would after they paid Rwanda this $120 million. Now, what I find interesting about this undocumented bros situation is that whether it's here in the United States or if it's in the UK, oh, I believe it, bro. That's why we definitely want you on. You know what I'm saying? It's just, you know, your boy just kind of, you know, your boy just kind of OCD. So make sure you join the Discord. Hold on, I'm finna put you in the Discord because we shared a link through the Discord. So hold on real quick. Let me see. Hold on. Or follow me on my other social media so I can send you a link directly when we go live tomorrow. Let me see. Hold on real quick. I'm about to throw this in here for you. All right, so here go the Discord link. Anybody else can join the Discord too, but specifically a Yill. I hope I'm saying that right. And bring some of your UK friends over here. You know what I'm saying? So we can compare notes. Because, see, that's what people should be doing. That's what motherfuckers should be doing, is comparing notes. In a normal world. But instead, you know what I'm saying, a lot of times motherfuckers want to get on TikTok and talk crazy, which I don't understand how that helps anything. But we comparing notes over here. You know what I'm saying? So now here it says Patel also struck a bilateral deal with the Albanian government last year to accelerate returns of Albanian nationals who failed to obtain asylum after a sudden spike in the arrivals from the Balkan nation. Now, do you guys remember, if I'm not mistaken, I can't remember, but I believe that we did a video about this on Crimecast. The Albanian people in the UK make up the largest segment of criminals. There's an article in the Telegram that talks about that. Oh, you've been in the Discord for a few months. Oh, okay. All right, that's what's up. See what a shit. That's what's good. Yeah, so shit, just hit that link that says React's call-in link tomorrow. You know what I'm saying? And we'll get you up here. So now here it says the Home Office blames the surge on family pull factors, specific targeting by Albanian people smugglers, and a new route into Europe through the Balkans. So they're coming up with all these new routes. And as you guys can see, they have people that are in business of people smuggling, just like how we have south of the border. Yep, facts, John. That Crimecast, it was a couple months ago. Big facts. And we talked about the Albanian crime wave in the UK. Now, I think they actually paid the Albanian government and sent a lot of those Albanian people back to Albania as a result of the criminality. And now, mind you, this is another, like, when we're talking about Albanians, these are other European people. These are other white people, Eastern Europeans. And they getting them up out of there because of criminality. You know what I'm saying? So that's just something to note as well. British and Albanian officials and police officers are now working closely together in a bid to tackle the migratory flows at their sources. Braverman told Parliament the scheme has had some success in removing people back to Albania within quite a short period of time, but admitted it must go further and faster to make a real impact. In the years after the 2016 Brexit vote, successive conservative governments had insisted a patchwork of similar bilateral return deals with EU nations would prove the ideal substitute for the EU-wide migration system, which is meant to coordinate asylum requests among member countries. So they even got member countries in the EU who are sending migrants to these different places. So clearly Albania, right? But now my question for you guys would be, what other countries would you think in the EU have migrants? In the years, we already read that, but no such deals with the EU nations have been signed. EU member countries are resisting Britain's demand that the migrants be returned to the first country deemed safe, which they enter into. Accepting this logic would see EU countries on the front lines of mass arrivals, such as Greece on the continent's southern border, having to accept even more asylum seekers into their already crowded systems. Okay, so now what's going on here? Now, here's the thing, right? When it comes to the United States, the only countries that the United States has that it can really deal with as far as this goes is Canada and Mexico. And Mexico already got all the immigrants. So now what's going to happen? See, like, the reason why we're doing this, is because this is already happening. And we already see what's going to happen. We already see. This is going to be a repeat of what's going on in Europe. It's amazing that they're acting like this is some kind of experimental basis going on in Chicago and New York. They already know how this is going to end. And it's not going to end good. And here's my question. It's not going to end good. And who's going to be the people that are forced to have to deal with the outcomes? Who's going to be dealing with these outcomes of this nonsense? That's the question. Because as you guys can see, the politicians, they're going to do whatever they want to do. They're going to do whatever they need to do. And what they're going to do may not be consistent with what the majority of the population wants. So now here it says, although there's ample consensus that a new EU-UK migration pact is desirable, the prospects look bleak, with London blaming the European Commission for not wanting open discussions. Internally and externally, migration remains the bloc's most divisive issue, as former British Prime Minister Liz Truss complained privately during her 6-week leadership. It rarely receives sufficient attention at international summits. With the arrival of Rishi Sunak at number 10 Downing Street, there are renewed hopes of bilateral migration deal with France aimed at improving channel patrols and law enforcement. So as you guys can see, again, when it comes to the EU and to the European countries, they're cracking down. The only people that are cracking down in the United States are southern border states that have Republican majority governments. Those are the only people cracking down. Which means what? Officials are expected to review a draft deal that includes targets for interception of boats in the channel and a minimum number of French gendarmerie officials patrolling the French northern shore. The bigger prize, however, would be for France to process asylum claims on French soil, and the UK in exchange accepting those granted protection who express an interest in settling down in Britain. If a deal with France reduced the number of crossing the channel and meant that there was a larger number of people coming through and a safe and orderly route, then that could be attractive for the UK, said the Migrant Observatory's assumption. People's concern about this route is not just about the numbers, it's about the way that people are coming, the risk that they are taking, and the difficulty that the government has controlling it. Man, that sounds just like the Darien Gap, doesn't it? That sounds exactly like the Darien Gap. Last week, Sunak and French President Emmanuel Macron discussed channel crossings in their first telephone conversation since the new prime minister took office, according to the British government. The issue was not mentioned in the French readout of a call, however, but years of deteriorating relations with successive British prime ministers, plus a long-running row over post-Brexit trade rules in Northern Ireland, have decreased the appetite in Paris for any bilateral deal with London. A French diplomat in the UK has adopted a more constructive approach on migration in recent times, however, and better understands now that it cannot divide EU member countries on this issue. In the meantime, thousands more people keep crossing the channel each week. Just like how thousands of people keep crossing the Rio Grande every damn day. So now, here's my question. If the undocumented bros issue domestically is not going away, the undocumented bros global issue is not going away, what will ultimately happen here in the United States? because everybody else is locking their borders down while we here are accepting people. Let me know what you guys think in the comments, ladies and gentlemen. Shout out to everybody that made it this far. Don't move a muscle. Let the stream take you into the next stream. Hit that like button. Smash the bell if you're not subscribed. I want to shout out the stream sponsors. We had 2. Shout out to Queen Nile with the $20 super chat. Shout out to my man TD Hip Hop Media with the $20 super chat. I hope you guys enjoy this series. Make sure you join the Discord and subscribe to my backup channel. And ladies and gentlemen, as always,